Hello gamers, how's everybody doing today? Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, look, whoa, it's working. Holy crap, look, it works. You guys can see chat. Wait, I only see one. It's working. All right, I have to fix it as to where it is, but it works. We finally have chat working on YouTube. We are finally evolving. We are becoming a YouTube streamer. Look at that. I'm gonna have to make it obviously better, but like, you guys are on my face. Is it top chat only? I don't know. It might just be delayed. Right? Yeah, just delayed. Yeah. Okay, so let me fix where it is. Hold on. As funny as it is that it's right there. As funny as that is that it's right there. Why don't I make it like this? Is that better, gamers? I think that should be good. And of course my music is not on loop. Why would I have anything done correctly today? Why would I have anything correctly? Okay. There we go. Should be working now, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Okay. On your face, very Slanesh. What the heck? What the heck do you mean, very Slanesh? Anyway, how are you guys doing? I will figure out a better placement for the YouTube chat, but I do like that it's working. It is a little bit funny how it looks though. I wonder if I could just change like the size of the box. Like instead of making it like the full size of my screen, just making it a fair bit smaller. I do not like the Emperor's Children. I thought they looked cool before I learned about the Slanesh part. Okay, I'm trying to learn things I didn't know. Oh my god. Anyway, how are you all doing today? I hope you guys are having the best Tuesday. You know what's crazy, right? A lot of you guys actually came and followed me on Twitch and were hanging out with me on my Twitch stream yesterday. And it's weird. It's weird not being here now because I've gotten used to you guys. You guys are fun and slightly psychotic. But the YouTube people who came over to my Twitch saw what real psychosis is and saw how unhinged that group is. So, you know, that's a whole other can of worms. I think I'm gonna make the chat smaller. I think, right? Would that be a better call? Because I'm trying to think. I don't want it to be one long line of text. I don't want it to be long. How am I gonna do this? What if I just make it like 600 by 800? Do you think that'll be good? Or do you think that's gonna be bad? Oh wait, that's perfect! Wait, that's perfect! Look at that! Okay, cool! Okay, cool. Should I put it higher up? Does it look better like up here? Does that look better? I think that's probably better. That probably looks better, right? Or does it look better lower? What do you guys like? Do you like it there or do you like it lower? She won't share the love to you YouTube folks because she's scared of. I am legitimately scared of my Twitch chat, all right? I have been with them for, what, almost 3 years, and I've only just met YouTube chat. All right? You guys don't get it. The people who joined the Twitch community were like, oh, these people are interesting. And by interesting, I mean they all ended up getting indoctrinated into them really quickly, and it was really scary. Shut up, Rom. Shut up. Anyway, YouTube chat rise up. We like the YouTube chat. We like it. Twitch culture so deranged, it makes me feel like I'm a normie. I'm not. So the thing is, YouTube chat is very localized, right? You guys are a very specific group, a very specific demographic, right? But my Twitch community is really, really broad because I'm a variety streamer over there, right? Here right now, I'm very heavily into learning Warhammer and reaction stuff, which is great because it's a different type. It's a breath of fresh air, right? It lets me divide my content up throughout the week. Don't worry, Twitch people won't bite, only nibble. Do you plan on dual streaming? Maybe down the road, but for now, I really like having two different streams. I like having the variety of content. Because, like, for example, yesterday I was able to stream Cult of the Lamb with crowd control. I was able to stream Monster Hunter, just yap in general, and that was really nice. Over here, it's more yapping and reacting. And again, there will be crossover, which I love. Hi, Sathir! So, like, I do like that. Maybe you really will like Fulgrim's sons. No, I don't know. They look pretty unhinged with their nipple rings. I won't lie. Hello, this weird. You got recommended by YouTube. I was trying to find a video about how to make meat out of honey. That is a very weird transition into finding me. In fairness, I do also watch those videos. So maybe some weird way in the algorithm, it kind of just sent you to me because we have like mutual interests in meat and honey. I don't know. I don't really know. Fulgrim the perfect, but he's not perfect anymore. Hi, Libra. Quick, someone make art of Yura as a cherub hovering, but no. Tedra is a big fan of the Goon guy. I am not a fan of Slaanesh. Stop. I am not a fan of Slaanesh. Okay, anyway. I actually have something exciting to tell you guys. Wait, also, only the first 5 results are actual search results. Everything else is algorithm. Really? Really? That's interesting. Look, I'm touched that I'm getting pumped into the algorithm, but I was gonna say, really exciting news. So thanks to the Warhammer community and thanks to all of you guys, I have officially been able to apply for a YouTube partner. Now, I won't have an answer probably for about a week or two, but because of you guys, I was able to apply. So hopefully by next week, we'll be able to have membership. And I'll be able to give you guys unique emotes. And you guys can spam all the crazy emotes I have. And mind you, remember, I have been a partner over on Twitch for years. I have a lot of emotes and a lot of really fun ones. So I am excited that you guys will be able to have access to them. So we're looking, a lot to look forward to. I caught it live, finally. Hey, let's go. Yeah, normally I end up streaming on YouTube in the afternoon. This is my normal stream time when I'm on Twitch. So I figured, let me try actually just canceling my stream on Twitch, because I actually canceled my stream on Twitch for you guys today. I chose to be here over Twitch. I'm gonna move my Wednesday stream over to Twitch this week. So tomorrow we'll be over on Twitch, but today we're over here. By the way, little round of linking Twitch. Oh, thank you very much, Ben. So also to all of my lovely YouTube people, I can excitedly tell you what we're going to be watching today. Now, the obvious one's in the title. We're going to be watching every single Warhammer space... Oh. I may have forgotten to turn that off again, but thank you for the follow over on Twitch, Mac Fluffy. Pen's going to yell at me. Let me turn that off. Whoopsie. Tree tip, if you want to search, just be purely just Yoru search result ad. Really? That's an interesting thing to learn. Good luck with the application. Thank you, Lurk. I appreciate it. I completely lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. So you guys know that we're gonna be watching every single Space Marine in a nutshell, right? Which is super cool. Very excited for that one. But we're gonna probably have time to watch more than just that. And one of my moderators, Penn, we love Penn, everybody say thank you, Penn, vetted a bunch of videos for me, and I have a decent amount to choose from. He did explain to me that it is a little bit less humor-based and more... Oh my god, Crims. Thank you for contributing on my throne. Thank you. You know what I was actually tempted to add to the throne? I was actually there was like, again, I don't have any Warhammer figures. There was a really unhinged Drakari one that I was tempted to put on. It was a single figure. It was bigger. And I'm like, this looks really unhinged. And this could be the start of me making the army to ruin Ad's day. And for anybody who doesn't know, Ad's my friend who really, really likes Warhammer. Is Angron Eater of Worlds in there? Wanna be sad? Wait, what do you mean? Ayo, she got the boots to make her 5'4". Look. They don't make me 5. I'm not that tiny. I'm tiny, but I'm not that tiny. Definitely not the Shadowheart one. Wait, you're a Drakari fan? Okay. I'm not inherently a Drakari fan. That's not really the case, right? I am a fan of how unhinged they could be as far as the game goes. Because there's just something really funny about being able to make an army, and after you kill somebody, you have a little couch that you could just put on the playing field and be like, yeah, that's your unit. I turned them into a couch. What are you gonna do about it? Because that just really is kind of funny. That's kind of funny. But I guess it does say I'm a little well, first of all, I'm not even unhinged in regards to VTubers in this sphere, because I heard all the VTubers love Slaanesh and love the Tyranids, and I do like the Tyranids, but like I don't like Slaanesh. I just happen to like the flayed ones. What's wrong with the flayed ones? They're just a bunch of Terminators that like to eat flesh even though they can't consume it. I don't think there's a problem with that, and I like the boys. I like the boys. Who doesn't like the boys? They're a bunch of football hooligans. Actually, most of them like Nurgle. I don't like Nurgle. I owe you guys a short of Nurgle. It was voted on. I'm supposed to be making a Nurgle Loves You short. I've been putting it off for like 3 days. No, Khorne is my favorite. Khorne is my absolute favorite. Blood for the Blood God, Skulls for the Skull Throne is definitely my favorite of the Chaos Gods. I don't like Tzeentch. Tzeentch is kind of just like... Tzeentch just kind of reminds me of Loki, like almost to a T. Like it's like if Loki was a cosmic horror. That's what Tzeentch is to me. Slaanesh is just the cum god, and Nurgle is just Nurgle. Okay, Nurgle. I think the memes are really funny, but Nurgle as a whole, I don't think holds a candle to Khorne, because Khorne's just cool. Tzeentch once got clowned on by a little girl in her. Have you seen Bricky's Emma Tank short? Yes, I have. Where the Marines were just saying bang, bang, bang. The orcs were all dying, and then 5 orcs on top of one another come running in, screaming, "I'm a tank! I'm a tank! I'm a tank! I'm a tank!" Yeah, I saw. Khorne is fun to play in Total War. I've never played any of the Warhammer games ever. Like I've never played any of the Warhammer games. Khorne is just the god of cheese, as in he cheesed the god power process, just encompassing spilling of blood for any reason at all, unless galactic pacifism wins, Khorne wins. But isn't that, okay, so serious question. Aren't the Chaos Gods basically all kind of built like that? No matter what, the Chaos Gods kind of will always win in some capacity. I don't think there's really, from what it sounds like it's a permanent stalemate, like it will never end. I could be wrong, but that's how it comes off. Total Warhammer is Warhammer Fantasy, predecessor to 40k. Yeah, that much I know. All the gods are fundamental concepts. They are essential for existence. That's what I mean, right? So that's what I mean by it being a perpetual state of stalemate. Slaanesh, not really. But how is Slaanesh not really? Isn't the idea of desire something that always will exist? Unless you lobotomize everybody, and I don't think everybody's going to be a servitor. So, like... Isn't like the idea of lust and desire always going to be, because it basically all of greed gets encompassed by Slaanesh too, doesn't it? Things can change, otherwise you wouldn't have Slaanesh. Well, I could see the idea of new Chaos Gods coming into being if certain emotions are not utilized by a pre-existing Chaos God, right? Because certain things always exist, right? Like, lust and depravity have always existed as far as, like, the concept of man, the concept of anything. Khorne kind of exempts because he has no care for individual passion, so he's just very much against Slaanesh. He hates Tzeentch for being a backstabber and magic nerd, and dying of sickness is very specific. Gotcha. Do you like the Death Corps of Krieg? I don't think I know who they are yet. I don't believe the Death Corps of Krieg were covered in any of the previous videos. So my you guys have to understand, my knowledge of Warhammer right now is completely exemplified by the 3 videos of Bricky I have watched and you. You guys in chat, you guys in the comment section are always the ones who teach me the most about this. Like, I have learned so many little ins and outs about the universe because of you guys. So, don't get me wrong, I do still want to watch a Drakari video, specifically about them, because they're so unhinged that they're interesting. They were mentioned? Was it one of the ones that was kind of in passing? They're a sub-faction of the Imperial Guard. Also, it's been said that Tzeentch could have won at some point, but he intentionally sabotaged himself because he needs the others to exist. Well, then how would he win? So if Tzeentch won, or if Tzeentch would have won, and then he ceases to exist, wouldn't that just be like, all chaos would have ended? Or like, all state of being would have ended? I don't understand how it would work. Tzeentch had to give himself a handicap to not win to eat. What? What? We're corrupting your 40k knowledge with memes? Oh no. Dude, you guys have corrupted my fucking knowledge with memes. I don't even know what the Alfarius meme is yet, but I always see you guys saying, I'm an Alfarius. I'm an Alfarius. Tetra, you really like the Emperor's Children. You're a child of Slanesh. I'm like, no, I'm not. Luton here on YouTube is the best Warhammer 40k content provider, but it can be a lot of info thrown at you, but he's a great fella. So I'm definitely interested in looking at some heavy lore ones too. I have to also factor in how it will be perceived as reaction content, right? Because I'm very transparent about how I do this. I want it to be something that I enjoy and can have a fun time pausing, talking with you guys, batting ideas back and forth, because if it's very, very serious and lore heavy, it is a little bit harder to digest as a community for the live streams itself. If I was doing it just as a recording and posting it, then that would be a little bit of a different issue. But for us, you know, it's something I want it to be fun. I can read some of the titles, by the way, that my mod got for me. So you guys can tell me if you like any of these. Like, you know the first one we're watching, right? But we also have Warhammer characters who commit tax fraud. We have Do or Don't, Warhammer the Old World. We have, what's this one? Eldar Propaganda. Eldar Propaganda sounds really funny. Eldar Propaganda sounds pretty funny. I feel like considering the inside joke that we're just gonna call any bullies in the comments Eldar fans is pretty great, I won't lie. Warhammer 40k Death Corps of Kree by Sodas does sound fun, yes. Warhammer the Old World is fantasy. Okay, so we won't do fantasy then. Okay. There's also one called Gork and Mork Big Divine Mushrooms. So, but that's also 40k fantasy. Yeah, I think Penn grabbed me a couple of fantasy ones mixed in. So, okay, so we want Warhammer Tax Fraud. That one I think looks pretty, or is that also fantasy? Oh, okay, wait, so that one is also fantasy. Big fan of Warhammer 40k Death Corps of Kriegs and Sodas. Orc Gods, let's go. Gork and Mork are 40k. They are? Okay, that's good. There's also Trazen the Infinite. But the Eldar Propaganda is probably the one I want to see the most. Just because I think the Eldar is just like, it's just the clown world at this point. I think it's really funny. Fantasy. Okay, the Gork and Mork 40k. That's only in 30k. The 40k, the Alpha's clown on the warband that still exists, the I am Alfarius thing. So, okay, so I did see one thing about Alfarius because of all the content that we are now sharing as a community. I am getting some Warhammer shorts, and I didn't want to watch it because I don't want to be spoiled. I don't know if you guys like this idea, but this is the way I've been trying to do this. I really want all of my Warhammer knowledge to be completely from the community and what we experience together. I think that makes it so much more fun. So that way you guys know everything that I'm experiencing is genuine. And you guys get to actually see the progression and understanding of the I was at Pokemon. I've been playing too much Pokemon. Of the Warhammer universe. So I think that's a fun idea. That's a terrible idea. Wait, why? Why is that a terrible idea? I've been trying to not watch Trazen plays Pokemon in 40k. I thought it would be a fun idea. Trazen was universally liked beings in 40k. If you want a funny React content, add what the Emperor had a text. Wait. What if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device? I've heard of that video. Pen, would you be able to vet that for me at a different time? I don't know if we have time for it today, but I've heard of that video. I've heard that video before, so I'm curious about it. That's why it's fun. Not a theory of fact. That'll call the Eldari after all. Oh god, not the text-to-speech. It's a series. Oh, okay. Don't watch TDS. Just yesterday needs a little more general lore. Okay. It's a fine idea to keep yourself unspoiled, but chat will meme a lot, but that's fine. I feel like the memes become pretty organic, right? I know the Alfarius thing is a joke, but I did see a short in my timeline that kind of just showed the name Alfarius underneath a bigger human. So I'm assuming like it's like a thing close to a Primarch in size, something, but I won't know until I actually see it. I'm guessing it's like something like, I'm guessing it's like calling somebody an alpha or a Giga Chad, right? Trazen's best described as a British museum Pokemon trainer and troll in one character. Wait, really? Oh, I thought you were joking about the Trazen Pokemon thing. Oh my goodness. Moore was saying my theory about chaos was in fact that chaos is both the same in fantasy and 40k. Oh, so is it? Because I know that Chaos Gods are the same. Now, Slaanesh is in Fantasy too, right? Slaanesh is not just in 40k. But the Eldar aren't in Fantasy, are they? So here's a serious question. Are the Eldar in Fantasy? They're linked. Right. But are the Eldar in Fantasy, or did they come after Fantasy? And if so, then is Slaanesh in Fantasy as well? All four Chaos Gods are in all settings, not officially, but they're lore tidbits. Okay. Not the. Okay, wait. So then how could? Okay, so I'm confused a little bit, right? Because Valky's shield is a Slaanesh demon, isn't it? Or is it a Tzeentch demon? I thought it was a Slaanesh demon that they used as a shield. Not in RL. In lore. Slaanesh lore is slightly different in Fantasy. Well, because I know that that Slaanesh didn't exist prior to the Eldar's debauchery. And the Eldar's debauchery happens after Fantasy. Slaanesh was born before the reality of Fantasy. Wait, what? How did that work? Wait. But if the Eldar weren't in Fantasy, then how is Slaanesh in Fantasy? Or predating Fantasy? They're separate universes. Huh. Yeah, this is going to take me a lot of videos to start to really fully understand. I'm doing my best. I am doing my best. Slaanesh in 40k appears around 25k. Fantasy isn't 40k. Okay, all right, okay. I'm seeing things here. Also, I can read as many comments, and they don't have to make sense, because the only time that this part stays in the videos is for the actual live stream. The other videos will be, this part will be cut out. I will say today's is going to be spread out across several. I think that this is a good idea. You guys can tell me if you like this idea or dislike this idea, because I always want to make you guys happy. I enjoy our time together, so I want to make you all happy. So I'm going to watch about 5 hours of content today, hang out with you guys. That's my normal time for stream on Twitch as well, so I do about 5 hours. We'll probably be able to watch 3 videos, because I'll talk over them and do all that stuff, right? And then I'll split up those 3 segments now for 3 separate days on YouTube as regular long-form videos. So that way people who miss them can digest them one at a time. But that way, every day, there's another bit of Warhammer content coming out onto the YouTube. I'll still be streaming on here faster than they'll all be out, right? I'll be streaming on here again probably, I don't know, Friday. But that means that Wednesday, Thursday, you guys will have long-form videos for when I come back on Friday to watch more. Let's see, same but different, same. Old ones predate the warp being the warp. It was the realm of souls when the old ones were around. Yeah, so when did what I remember we learned this in the first Bricky video. What caused the warp to become, what caused the warp to become the warp? I remember it was something along the lines of the Chaos Gods, right? Emphasis on stupid. Them. Okay, yeah. Cat watching more Warhammer. Nice. Yeah. I'm enjoying it. Oh my God, what just happened? The War in Heaven. Oh my God. Okay, the War in Heaven. Yes, I remember hearing about the War in Heaven. Okay. Oh my God, yes. The Catan. Oh yes, yeah. That's what it was. Okay, yes. Okay. Right. Okay, now I remember. Oh my God, the barrage of the War in Heaven. Oh my God, that was shell shock. I'm so sorry I forgot the War in Heaven. My apologies. I am fake fan. I'm sorry. I remember the Necrons and the Catan. I remember. Oh my God. Trillions of souls died and the collective suffering. Yeah. I remember. Thank you for the universal barrage of reminder. Oh my God. The war lasted millions of years. Oh, that was so funny. This will be on the exam. It feels like it. Oh, that actually was so funny. That was legitimately funny. My goodness. By the way, is this a Warhammer channel now? I wouldn't say that it's a Warhammer channel. I will say for the foreseeable future, I will be releasing a lot of, my shorts are still clips from my Twitch as well, so I do show my game stuff. But I am definitely enjoying the Warhammer stuff with you guys, so I'm definitely doing a lot of it. What I'm probably going to do, because again, I'm very open about this stuff, I will probably do a lot of Warhammer. Eventually, I'll probably start trickling in some other videos to learn about. I would love to do some Tamriel stuff. I would love to do the Dark Souls lore. I like watching lore. Lore is fun, right? So I probably do a lot more of that stuff gradually if you guys like that stuff too. If it doesn't perform, I'll do more Warhammer. I don't really mind. You guys are a great community. This is really fun, right? Like I was saying, I was considering adding I don't know if I can show a picture of it real quick. Let me see if I can find it. There was like a Drakari figure I was thinking about actually putting on Throne just because it looks so cool. But I wouldn't even know the start of where to paint and stuff like that. I would love to do Fallout lore. Oh my goodness, I forgot about Fallout. That you know what? So I finally convinced my wife to start streaming on YouTube as well, because she's also a Twitch partner. I wanted her to start watching some lore stuff too, right? But she's not really interested in dabbling in Warhammer, you know, and that's totally fine. She likes the memes that you guys share. You'll see her in chat. That's Yura. But like, she likes the memes, but she's not really interested in the Warhammer lore, right? So I've been trying to think of like a lore branch that she would have a fun time in. And right now it's looking like Elden Ring, because I do think that the Lands Between is a really interesting batch of lore. But that aside, the other divorce. No, look, she's perfect for this because she likes the jokes. She likes you guys. That's the big one, right? Vtuber was the one I was thinking of for her. Yeah, Vtuber is so good, right? So, I like Warcraft and StarCraft too. I do. So the other thing I was thinking about for her, like, she loves Fallout. I didn't even think about Fallout. Like, I'm floored that I didn't even think about Warhammer. I didn't even think about Fallout. Like, that blows my mind that I skipped over something that she already loves. But then again, she knows a little bit of it, so it might be, I don't know, we'll figure it all out. She's probably gonna do it. She's probably gonna go on after I'm done today. So if you guys are interested, we'll all head over there. Obligatory heresy! Also, Spawn is awesome. You know what? I was so happy to see a bunch of people in the comments say they know what Spawn is. That made me feel so good. I'm like, man, my audience is a specific demographic, and you guys are cool. You guys are cool. Bloodborne, she's interested in that too. The thing is, if she does Elden Ring, it will lead into the Bloodborne stuff too, because it's all that Dark Souls lore, right? Does she watch the TV show? We both do. Yeah. I'm so excited for season 2. I am so excited for season 2 of Fallout. Start Fallout with the release of season 2. Nice synergy. Well, when is season 2 dropping? I'm gonna tell her that when she comes back into the room. I'm like, you know what? We're doing a 180. We were saying we're gonna do Elden Ring. No. We gotta go Fallout lore. That's gonna be Giga Chad. Oh, it's so good. I remember playing as Spawn in Soul Cal. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Dude, I forgot Spawn being in several games. That's true. 90s kids for the win. Dude, the millennial era thing is insane. Drakari, 90s kids for the win, December, I think. Spawn is receiving more attention because of Mortal Kombat, and more recently, Angela being added to Marvel Rivals since she's a Marvel character now. Wait, really? Oh, wait. Oh, that would be interesting. You think, wait, because Spawn's not Marvel, right? Spawn's its own company. Or it's part of a third-party company, right? It's not owned by Marvel. It's Dark Horse, I think, or something, right? Hailing from the 80s myself. Hey, I love that for you. After 10 years of Warhammer, as a fan of New Vegas, I feel like the new season's going to really cheapen the complexity. Do you really think so? I actually felt that the first season added quite a bit because it was something that was so secondary, you know? They changed Marvel's origin to being a sibling of Thor and... Really? That's interesting. It is Dark Horse. I remember! Angela was sold to Marvel years ago. Okay. Angela's origin, not Marvel. Arcane League of Legends lore? Dude, you're cooking. I swear to God, in like 5 minutes, you guys gave me goosebumps into 2 better ideas than anything I came up with. This is why I like you guys. This is why I like this community so much. You guys are throwing ideas that are freaking brilliant. Because the thing is, so she wanted to make a short, right? She wanted to make a short because it's an ongoing joke on her Twitch channel where she's like, if you guys know me, I don't like a lot of games because she's so picky. And you guys were like, bam, I know exactly what she likes even though I've never met her. I've been with her for ages and I didn't even think of me. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Mass Effect, perhaps? That one would be a tough one. I love Mass Effect, but Mass Effect as a whole, BioWare as a whole is kind of... Ooh, dude, I don't even know what the future of BioWare is gonna be. We have two really good ones for you. Also, League of Legends lore. I know you do! That's what I'm saying! That's what I'm saying! It's the best community! They're just like, we have ideas for your wife! Here's one out of left field, Tetra. Watch some montages of Chibi Doki's Oshi, Rey Navarez. Well, I like Rey, but the one that I love, and this is because it's actually Yura's Oshi, is Nags. I love Nags. Nags is a Chad. BioWare stink. Dude, BioWare killed my love. I was a really big fan of Dragon Age, and that just went up Shit's Creek. Blood for the Blood God, Skulls for the Skulls Throne. Hell, Fallout 4 already ruined Fallout 2 lore by retconning Jet. Dude, 4 was interesting, right? I enjoyed 4. All right. I know this has nothing to do with Warhammer, but again, we're in entertainment category. We like to yap. We talk about a lot of things. Okay. Here's my question for you guys. Okay. What is the, not your favorite, what is the best Fallout? And tell me why it's New Vegas. Milk for the cornflakes. Ubisoft, yeah, I mean, not wrong. Flores, terrible story. Also, another settlement needs your help. Oh my God, no, we're not talking. Dude, people were saying that in my Twitch chat yesterday. Another settlement does not need my help. I liked 4, but it made me miss New Vegas. New Vegas. My people. You are all my people. I love you all. I love you all. Oh my goodness. The best of 76 comment sponsored by, it just works. It just works. You know, there's a video that I would love to do a react to with you guys. Even though I've seen it, I'm not going to do it today. But there's a Todd Howard ASMR video that I would love to react with the community to, where he's literally, it's Todd Howard confronts you in a restroom at a Fleetwood Mac concert, and it's just, I don't know why, it's so funny. It's so damn funny. Have you played New Vegas? Yeah, of course. New Vegas is one of my all-time favorite games. New Vegas is in my top 10 all-time favorite games. Unironically, and this is a hot take, I don't think 76 was the worst thing in the world. It needed a ton of improvement at release, but if you played with a 4-stack of people, it was funny if you could laugh at the memes, laugh at like the glitches. But it definitely needed more refinement. You look amazing, Tetra. Well, thank you. I try. You know, you guys actually haven't ever seen my other outfits. I usually only use them on Twitch. I'll flash through them real quick. Ready? We got this one. We have this one with this hair. We have this one with long hair. But yeah, I have quite a few. I have quite a few toggles. Well, the background was originally for the dress. Like this background that I have over here that's animated. I actually have an entirely new model coming, which I'm very excited about, and a new background and everything else. Baldur's Gate 1, 2, 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was incredibly good. Incredibly good. What about some videos on Divinity game? Ooh, not for Yura. But I don't even know if Divinity would actually have like traction on YouTube. But man, I love Divinity. Divinity was so good. It was so good. The Mechanicus sets up Fallout experiments on a global scale, then read up on the Fallout lore and said how cute she... Yeah. Fallout 1 was my game. I do like the lore of Fallout. The lore of Fallout is really good. I think you guys might have hit the nail on the head out of left field though with League of Legends lore, because Yura legitimately loves League. Like not even the game. She just loves the lore. She loves lore. Like as far as like League stuff, and this might make some of you hate me, or it might make some of you like me. I don't know. My entire right arm is a 1-to-1 perfect tattoo sleeve of Blood Moon Akali. Who's your favorite companion in New Vegas? Probably Dogmeat. Dogmeat's been in like every game, right? I remember the sniper. Let me see if I remember his name. The Red Beret sniper that you meet outside the motel. I liked him too. You should add the tat to your model. Yeah, see, the problem is that the amount of detail that would take and time it would take, because my new model has already taken months. Like, my 3.0 has taken months, and that's not even like it's slow. They're very quick. The artist is incredible. But that type of detail is a pain. I have quite a few tattoos, actually. Boone! Dude, the fact you guys know that. You guys put me to shame with knowing this stuff. Damn. Damn. Lore in general is good. I love lore. I think lore is so damn interesting. What's her favorite lore stuff from League? Maybe we could find a 40k faction she'd like. It's tough, right? It's tough. Because the thing is, the universe of Warhammer is so far removed from the style of universe she's interested in. Like, Warhammer Fantasy has a much higher chance for her than 40k. And even that is kind of a stretch. The big thing that I think that we can love for her is legitimately just that she appreciates the memes. I think that that's the win that we could all hope for, right? Even if she's not a fan of the universe or she's not really interested in learning the universe, she likes the community, she likes the memes. So, you know, and the thing is, a lot of you guys who came over to my Twitch and hung out in my Twitch, we went into her channel afterwards yesterday, right? And a lot of you guys really had a good time over there and were making Warhammer jokes, and she was having a good time. She doesn't care. She's not against it. She's just not terribly, a fan. As someone who loves lore, that's what drew me into 40k, because it's so much. Dude, there is so much lore in 40k. There is so much lore in 40k. It is insane. Warhammer memes? Nah, I don't believe they exist. What like the invisible orcs or the purple orcs that don't exist, right? What if Eldar lore? I mean, we're gonna watch, let me see what the name of it is. I think it's called like the Eldar propaganda. I think it's the second video we're gonna watch. They have sexy cat ladies that are assassins. Reacting to all of the League of Legends cinematics is a slam dunk for a YouTube algorithm. You know, I never even thought about that. You know, she's the same way, right? She loves League lore. She even has like the entire lore book, right? Rom, you're not here, are you? If Rom's lurking, take notes. Take notes, Rom. I love the lore of Faerun and most popular universe of modern D&D. The boys is the best. They all know it, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Oh my goodness. Please watch the SWOTOR. Okay, no. I will say this. SWOTOR is kind of dead, but when it came out, that game was one of the coolest MMOs ever. That game was so much fun. Lila Horus Heresy. Yeah, dude, I've been using that as a joke myself. Somebody was telling me, about like, I forgot what it was. They were dragging something out. I'm like, you guys have a series that's 64 novels long, and you guys are giving me crap for this. KOTOR 1 and 2. Oh my god, my beloved. It was great. I was in the beta. I played SWOTOR up until the original Halloween event with the infection, where you got the black lightsaber. After that, I stopped playing. I got to max level at the time, and then I finished. I'm like, I'm done. I used to love playing Hutball, which I know is weird. Like, I'm sure most people don't want to play Hutball, but I had a good time playing it. Anyway, they were saying also all the League cinematics. Yeah, that is also a really solid one too. Have you listened to any of the Warhammer 40k books or audiobooks? So as of now, every single bit of Warhammer knowledge I have are from 3 videos of Bricky and you guys in chat and the comment sections down below. And that's awesome. I love that. Speaking of that, I'll save it actually for mid-video. I was gonna use the whole joke of the power of belief thing again, but we'll save that for later. I did. I played through both the original KOTOR games. I played through both of them. But yeah. So all the knowledge I have right now is from you guys, and I do think, well, some people think it's a bad idea because you guys are gonna just throw memes at me, and my knowledge is gonna be based on memes. I don't really have a problem with that. Even if I made an army eventually and start painting it on stream on Twitch, I'm happy with it being memes. Like I said, my favorite idea for an army right now is Drakari with a bunch of couches to turn my enemies into. So, you know, I'm not against this. I'm not against the memes. I like memes. I'm a shit poster. Look at me now. I'm literally I'm streaming reaction videos and we're talking for an hour about absolutely nothing of relevance. We're just talking about old games and making us, feel old. All my knowledge is memes. I mean, Cowboy, that is true. I can confirm. I can confirm all of Cowboy's knowledge is memes. Okay. One important 40k tip. If anyone suggests looking up something called the... Somebody did that! Somebody did that! My mod actually flagged the comment, and I'm like, this doesn't seem like a bad comment. What is the Damon Kulaba? What is this? And they're like, yeah, don't look that up. I'm like, okay. But yeah, that somebody did try to have me look at that. I got into Warhammer through the tabletop. I see the tabletop thing. I only knew about Warhammer from the figures. I didn't know about the lore. I'm not gonna look it up. I'm not like, I don't have the intrusive thoughts that a lot of people have, where they're like, you know what? I was told something that I shouldn't look up. Okay, I won't look it up. Yeah. Oh. Anyway, so yeah. Oh my goodness. Knowing that is grim enough. Blessed is the mind too small for doubt. Meh, body horror. Oh yeah, of course. It's a bit effed up lore, but it's needed lore. But yeah, like I was saying, don't lecture me about that. Dune did it first. Did Dune do it first? I mean, Dune's pretty dark too. Dune is pretty dark too. I won't sugarcoat it. They are not. It's not without fault. Pen just told me to delete every comment about it, so I do. Thank you, Apocalypse. Was that a Top Gear reference? Do you know something really bad? I don't know if it's really bad or not. Like, I love pop culture. I have never watched a Top Gun movie. Or Top Gear. Top Gear, wait, no. Top Gear is the show about cars. Yeah, no, I've never watched Top Gear. Yeah, no, I've never watched Top Gear. I will shamelessly admit I don't know cars really well. I know cars go burr or vroom, right? And cars go beep beep. But I can't tell you the difference between a Ford Fiesta and a Ford Taurus. I actually do not know what either of those cars look like off the top of my head. I just remember those names. UK Top Gear is fantastic, even for not car people. You should watch Top Gear. This is the next thing. It's like, all right. We got Tetra into Warhammer. Now we got to get them into Top Gear. I came to 40k from StarCraft. It was supposed to be 40k original. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that they backed out, right? Watch any of the cinematic trailers yet? For which thing? For what thing am I watching cinematic trailers for? There's a meme with Clarkson saying, "Oh no." Anyway, you know what? I think that's that's probably where that came from. I've been saying that forever on channels, right? Like whenever I stream, I'll be like, "Oh no." Anyway, like even if you look at all my original, so the thing that started the Warhammer on my channel is I did a couple of scripted shorts. If you noticed, all 3 of my original Warhammer shorts did the exact same formula, where like I'll zoom in, get really dark and sad, and then I'll just go, anyway. Blizzard wanted to make changes to the lore and make it less R-rated, and GW said no. You know, valid. Warhammer cinematics are peak. I watched one about Valkia, but that's fantasy, not 40k. I do have to watch the one from Secret Level. Everyone keeps telling me to watch the Secret Level video, so I am looking forward to doing that. Also, to anybody who has joined in, you didn't miss anything. We haven't watched anything yet. We're just shooting the breeze right now, having a conversation. We'll start watching stuff probably in like 5 minutes or so, like at the 1 hour mark. I kind of like having this 1 hour intro of talking. If you guys don't like it, you could always let me know here. You could always write it in the comments down below. Obviously, write it nicely. Be like, if you guys prefer having like a half hour of chatting, or if you guys want more chatting before watching videos. I like the whole experience. You know, the Secret Level video happens at the end of Space Marines 2 the game. So you're telling me I have to play the game too? You're telling me I have to play a Warhammer game for you guys? Oh no. Oh no, I'll have to play Warhammer for you guys. Oh dear. I enjoyed it. It's fun. I'm glad. I like yapping. So the fact that I get to yap with you guys makes it a lot more fun. The first Warhammer stream I did, because you know how like when you start doing something, you have to get the ball rolling. Now, my YouTube streams were never my primary focus because I didn't have a lot of people to yap with, because when you have a Twitch audience, not a lot of them want to come over to YouTube, and when you have a YouTube audience, not many want to come over to Twitch. So for me, I'm a Twitch streamer, so I come over to YouTube. I have a fraction of my community, and that's fine, but it's a lot more of a very laid-back, relaxed environment where I have, like 15 people to talk to. You know, I start streaming this, and even my first Warhammer stream, where a couple people discovered me, it was still pretty small, but it was a bit more yapping, but I couldn't focus on the yapping too much because there wasn't enough comments to keep me going for a really long time of conversation, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, so we would get right into the video, which is still great. But now, as the Warhammer community's been picking up with or not even just Warhammer, just people who like reaction content and people who've been enjoying me have been coming in as the algorithm has been showing me off to people, I have a lot of people to talk to. And it's been really lovely because you've been wonderful people. It's like, I mean that wholeheartedly. You guys have legitimately made this so fun for me. In a time where Twitch has been incredibly stressful because of all the changes they've made, I'm actually looking forward to starting my streams on YouTube. Like, I look forward to pressing live to you guys, which I know sounds really cringe. I kind of appreciate you guys. I can't stand Twitch. You know, that's totally fair. I do think the platform is very good, but they're really shooting themselves in the foot lately, and it's becoming a little bit, you know, not as great, not that great. As a primary Twitch viewer, I can confirm that I rarely want to watch on YouTube, but this is where the content. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's true. We appreciate you too, TJ. You're so sweet. That's a sweet sentiment. Thank you. No, it's genuine. It's really genuine. I have been trying so hard now to make sure I give you guys content every day, even if it's a bad short, right? Even if it's a bad short, like yesterday's short was awful. Like, I posted for lack of a better term, a dog shit short. It was literally from playing Are We There Yet? You drank a beer and you get super strong, so I threw a friend across a lake. It was terrible. It was terrible. But I want to make sure I have something to churn out because I feel bad if something's not on the channel every day. They've been shooting themselves in the foot for a while now. They have. Look. It's a tough situation. The really big deciding factor for me about where I'm going to, like, I'm gonna always try to do both. I'm gonna always try to do both YouTube and Twitch, and I don't think I want to do the multi-streaming because I like the difference in content. But where I prioritize is going to be really dependent on, like, for example, I'm waiting for approval of membership now because I finally was able to apply for membership. Partnership, sorry, not membership, partnership, which will allow you guys to have membership, will allow AdSense. So if YouTube becomes sustainable, I can put more time and effort into YouTube, which would be great. You know, I can redirect my editor to YouTube, which would be great. I would love to have that because right now I'm doing all of the YouTube editing myself. That's why it's so bad. Now watch, I'm gonna get like 30 comments from a bunch of people be like, hey, you need an editor? I'm ready to edit. Do you want, just give me some money. Black Lagoon is an anime, right? I feel like I haven't seen it. No shit short, so you'll be turned into what the heck? What the heck? That's such a horrifying threat. That is such a horrifying threat. Look, the thing is, a lot of the shorts I churn out are opinionated, right? So I made a short a couple days ago about Pokemon, and I won't drag this out too long as a segment in this live stream because I know some person who's going to listen to this is going to get angry, and I actually don't think any of you guys are these people because all of you guys seem to have really, really staunch opinions that are built on actually looking into stuff, which I respect so much. So much. So I was saying how, very simply put, the new Pokemon game, get ready for this, is fun. That's it. The game is fun. And people don't like that. People don't like that I think the game is fun. And they have to point out that the windows are flat. And it's the same like 4 sentiments they make. 1, the windows are flat. 2, there's no voice acting. 3, Nintendo evil for lawsuit to Palworld. And 4, needing online the price of the game, right? And it's like the window thing. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really care. I don't look at the windows in the game. I play the game. 2, when it comes to the voice acting, Pokemon's never had voice acting. If it could definitely have it. It's not a deal breaker for me. It could definitely have it. It's not a deal breaker for me. The lawsuit. All companies are evil. I don't really think that that's a deal breaker for me, because I'm not Joan of Arc. I'm not dying on the pyre for my beliefs. I just want to play the game. And number 4, if your problem is the price of the game, it should be an entire issue with the industry, not just Pokemon, because it's the industry a standard for price. But I like the game. Like I like the game. Like that's all. Really simply, I just like the game. The Emperor does not like sheeple. You know what? The Emperor sounded more and more like a Giga Chad. Maybe the Imperium's not that bad. Maybe the Emperor of Mankind's kind of cool. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe the Drakari aren't the way. You're not allowed to have fun. Oh, there's Yura. There's Wifey. That's who we're gonna be watching reactions with later. Now I'm thinking it's gonna be the League of Legends lore. So go follow Yura. She's awesome. She's really cool. She's really cute. She's really cute. Her model's also awesome. Who? You. Propaganda, EMPs want everyone to be sheeple. Why are people so mad that people like the game? Though I would say Pokemon fans deserve better. So I've seen that comment a lot too. But like, honest take, like, yeah, I think every fan deserves better for everything. But they made a game that was fun. Like, yeah, could it be better? Absolutely. Could they put more money in it? Absolutely. But like, it's fun. You know, like I think that saying to these companies, yeah, I want a better game is good, right? But I can't really wrap my head around the logic of like, you gave me an 8 out of 10 game. I had a lot of fun with it, but screw you. I don't like you. Make it better or I will not buy the game. Like, I don't think that's a high horse to die on, you know? You know, even stuff like if you don't like a faction in Warhammer, right? Let's say you really despise a faction in Warhammer. It's not like they shouldn't put the Warhammer faction in the game. You know, we meme on the Eldar. Even I meme on the Eldar now. They shouldn't be removed from the game because people don't like them. I mostly appreciate Palworld for the sheer stones of the developers. You know, I like Palworld, right? I think Palworld was really fun too. The irony is that the sheeple originally hated Palworld when it first dropped and all wanted Pokemon to sue it because of the models that they used, right? Because like Luxray is almost a 1-to-1. But like when they finally did sue, all of a sudden the sheeple shifted. It was the shifting of the sheeple. It's a bad I'm sure it's a bad comparison, but like I'm trying to make a comparison to what you guys like. I'm sorry. I only have so much to work with. I'm not saying I'm perfect here. I'm not saying my words are infallible, and I'm not telling anybody here to have a different opinion than what I'm saying. Look, let me say this. Before anybody in the comments, not here, you guys are fine, but in the comment section when they watch the live video later, because I always get somebody like this, I am totally okay if you hate Pokemon. I'm okay with that. I'm okay if you hate Palworld. I'm okay if you hate Pokemon. You are welcome to dislike or like anything you choose. That is the beautiful thing about freedom of your thoughts, okay? We're not in the Warhammer universe where you become a servitor, okay? So I welcome everybody to like what they like and dislike what they like. I just think that dogpiling on people when they say that they think things are fun. How dare you like Guitar Hero, Jabo? You are a monster. You need to be punished for that, and everybody should shame you. Everybody say shame, Jabo. How dare you like Guitar Hero? Shame. You are an Eldar fan. I'm kidding. I thought for a second you just deleted the Guitar Hero comment. Oh, low key, I love Guitar Hero. I love Guitar Hero so much. I don't have it anymore. I wish I still had Guitar Hero 3 because I used to love playing Helicopter by Block Party. I don't know why that was the song that always stuck out to me, but I loved Helicopter by Block Party. The new Pokemon game is a good Pokemon for a Pokemon game, but you need to remember that it's made for the Switch 2, but can play on the Switch 1. Yeah, no, I think that too. But like, I understand a lot of the complaints people have. I just don't think that hating on people who like it is the right call. Like, I got a lot of people who are not happy with me for saying the game's fun, right? And somebody then tried to use Claire Obscura as a comparative, and it was like, I think they said, just remember, Claire Obscura did it with a smaller team and a smaller budget. And I'm like, Claire Obscura had like 500 people after all the outsourcing, and they had a bigger budget than ZA. I understand what you're saying. It's just like how you guys said to me, it's not a good example. It's comparing apples and oranges. The Emperor, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Smaller budget, their budget was like $30 million. Yeah, no, their budget was over 20, I know that. I don't know if it was 30, but I know it was over 20. People on here should 100% love Tau. We have models called Tetras. No! No! Not the Tau! Look, I have been told so many different things, right? I have been told that because I'm a VTuber, I am a child of Slanesh. I have been told that I will almost certainly like the Tyranids. I have been told that I should like the Tau. Everybody's like, my faction is the faction. Look. I like all of them. I think they're all really interesting in their own way, right? I actually like all of them in their own way. The Tyranids are terrifying, but I love them. I fell into that niche of VTubers. I know. I legitimately. What about comparing ZA to Arceus? I like ZA more, but I liked Arceus a lot. You should only like my favorite faction. But spoken like a mom. Look, I can't escape the mom branding. There's a reason. Look, there's a reason why I literally have this outfit. Okay, there's a reason. Okay, I understand. All right, I understand. I fall into that niche more often than I care to admit. We're just very no, I love that. I love that. I think that you guys are so much fun. Even you guys in chat who have disagreed with me, you always do it in like the most pleasant and fun way. How are you doing, Poco? Hi. Good to see you. Should check out Warhammer 40k, the new edition cinematic for some bug action and 10th edition trailer. Ooh, okay, cool. I'll look into all this stuff. Like I said, anytime you guys have suggestions, just post them somewhere. Post them in one of my videos. Post them on my community posts. I look at everything. If you guys notice, I pretty much do the little like to let you know I read the comment. So like, even though there's hundreds of them, I have read every comment. I've read every comment, as painstaking as that may be. I've been a massive Spaceballs fan ever since I read Lamont Roos's final speech. I can't wait for the Wolf Time. For some reason, I think you might have ulterior motives for this, but I can't say for sure. What did yours say? Wait, what did yours say? Did I miss what yours said? Scrolling. Gotta prove it more. Oh, yeah, no. Your wants me to bake more for her. So for those of you guys who are not on my Twitch channel, I do baking streams sometimes. Okay, I do sometimes do baking streams. Yura likes when I do baking streams because she gets apple crumble, she gets bee sting cakes and all the other stuff that I make. I know there's no wolves on Fenris. I know. No, I also really want to watch, just jumping back to Warhammer content for a second there, and I know people in the comments, because they say this every time, they always will say to me, holy ADD, because I jump around like a million different comments and different topics. I'm sorry. This is what happens during the chatting phase. I do my best. I'm trying to read a million comments, cover a million topics. I'm doing my best. I promise. You pronounced it wrong? What did I pronounce wrong? Oh, I gave a banger idea for a baking stream y'all love and Yura will hate. Oh. Getting a Dutch oven for my birthday. Ooh, that'd be fun. I'm curious for what successor chapter you'll like after you learn about the founding legions. That's going to be in this first video, right? That's going to be in this first video because I'm looking forward to that. Lemon Rust. Oh, okay. Wait, Lemon Rust or Lehman Rust? I like the ADD. It sounds like my own internal monologue. Like, but like, if people who see the live stream, thank God this part doesn't go into the other videos, it just stays in the live stream. So anybody who sees this, especially because now they see the chat on the screen, they see you guys frequently writing stuff. I'm trying so hard to keep up with you goopers. Like, oh my God. I'm trying so hard to keep up with you goopers. Oh my gosh. I had a hard time deciding my favorite Space Marine factions, though the Legion of the Damned is an easy contender. Ghost Rider looking MFs that are basically ghosts that terrify machine spirits. That sounds really cool. Did you know Fenris was a Viking cosplayer theme park before the birth of Slanesh? What? Or is that a meme? I don't know if that's real. I don't know if it was a meme anymore. Not hello, YouTube. Not hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Oh, anyway, just. Oh my god. I said I was gonna start the video 10 minutes ago, so everybody who's come in and is just waiting for me to react, I'm sorry. I'm having a good time having conversation. I could literally do this for hours. I can literally talk to everybody for hours. So I know that this might be boring to plenty of people. So I will say this to somebody who knows the live stream, somebody who's here. I will praise you, and probably if I know how to pin the comment, I'll pin the comment of whoever timestamps when the video starts, because I know people don't want to watch this first hour. Like the first hour is like one of those things, like I was here for it. It's fun when you're here. If you're watching it like just as a viewer, it's probably like, what the fuck am I watching? But yeah, so like I said, I'm gonna say the plan one more time for what we're gonna do for the week, and then I'll also do that at the end of the stream too. So just a reminder, tomorrow will be on Twitch. I will no idea what I'm doing yet, but tomorrow I'll be on Twitch. Today we're gonna be watching about 3 videos. Each of these videos is gonna be cut and made into their own long form video on the channel. I'll be releasing those out across each day, so you have a video every day. I'll be streaming on YouTube again. And again, we're not ending now, we're just starting. But I'm doing a YouTube again on Friday. Then after today, we'll probably be going over to Yura. She might not be starting right after I end. But she's going to be doing a YouTube stream doing reaction, probably either League of Legends or Fallout. I'm going to assume League of Legends lore. I'm going to assume it's going to end up being League of Legends lore. Just because when her reaction to hearing that, like, was the cutest thing ever. So, pretty sure that's what it's going to be. So that's going to be a lot of fun. She needs to bug Rom to go find stuff for her. You are Alfarius. I still got to learn the meme. And, yeah. All right, so let's get started. Let me just move myself over like I normally do. I think I'm usually about, like, this size, or is this too big? Is this better? Listen, I have a question. Was there a stream where you watched about orcs before re-explained part 2? No. I saw the I'm a Tank short from a viewer who sent it to me saying this is the embodiment of the orcs. Because like I said, all of my knowledge is from you guys. Someone sent the short of the I'm a Tank thing. So that's why I know that. Yeah. No, nothing I have absorbed outside of the community. I know you guys are Alfarius. I don't know what it means, but I know you guys are Alfarius. What? Huh? They're all Alfarius.
No, it was loading for a second. It's good now.
Oh, you finally heard Yura in the background. That was her. She's been trying to be quiet so you don't hear her. That's her. She spoke. Who? That was you. Sounds like a nerd. I mean, you are a nerd. I'm Alfarius. That's the lie. I'm actually a guy playing another guy who's playing a third guy, but that is also a lie. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me get everything ready. But yeah, this is the right size, right? I'm pretty sure this is the size I normally am when I do these. Or is this going to be like too big and annoying? I feel like this is the right size. I feel like it is. Okay, let me get the screen a little bit bigger. I'm going to have to do something about the chat. I'm going to probably... Okay, do you guys want the chat to be here for the for like the live stream? Do we want the chat to be here for the live stream? Or do we want to hide it? Because if I do it, I'm gonna make it smaller. Like I can put it in the corner. Like let me try making the height 200. Like that. How's that? Is that good? Like it will just show some of you guys in the corner, or is that gonna be too distracting? If you feel it's too distracting, I won't leave it there. Because like I said, I want you guys to be able to enjoy the content without feeling like you're gonna be bothered. That's good? Okay. That would be fine. Okay, cool. Okay, let me turn off my music. I already have the brickster ready. The brick is already going through the window as we speak. If the volume is not good, just let me know. I have to just make it visible. And then like I said, there'll probably be some intermissions in between each video. Except about what? Oh, I screwed up. Hold please. I forgot when I was on Twitch I screwed things up. Okay, give me 1 second. And there we go. Okay, so we'll watch the video, do the normal interactions, yap, pause, all that good stuff. He prefers Bricolas. In between videos, like I said, I'll probably do little intermissions, maybe get some water, and then do the next one. I know 2 videos, possibly 3 we're already doing. The third one's more tentative, but we'll see how it goes, because I just really think the third one sounds funny, but I was told that I need to have more understanding of the lore before watching it. Okay. All right, guys. Thanks again for being here, and here we go.
Buddy, my name is Berkey, currently stuck in the walls of the most prodigious school in the Imperium by punishment for falling asleep during class. God bless the Schola Progenium. Many of you have come across my Every Faction Explained video. Firstly, thank you. Secondly, we are here to dig a little deeper. Space Marines are the quintessential poster boys of Warhammer 40,000. When people think 40k, they think Space Marines, but there are many types of Space Marines, formed from 20 separate legions.
Okay, serious question, and again, this could be in the comments, could be here. How many legions are there? Because you guys have told me so many conflicting things about Primarchs. Because you guys told me that there was 18, 20, then 19. You told me that there was 2 of 1. So I'm just trying to... Yeah, see, I see 18 smiley face. 18, 19, 20. Okay, he'll talk about it? All right. I'm sure I'll get somebody in the comments. He's like, he's going to answer that stupid, why are you stopping? Okay.
We're going to rattle them off in order and give you a quick rundown of each one. A disclaimer, like in my Every Faction Explained video, this is a mix of accuracy and memes. If I say the Salamander's Legion specializes in hugging children and petting puppies, they aren't exactly doing that, mostly. I would like to pet this creature. But you can infer that they care about civilians and are a bit kinder than the average Space Marine. A Space Marine being a genetically modified super soldier that's had 1,000,000 new and terrifying organs shoved into them, refrigerators strapped to their bodies, and are so far above the average human that they are referred to as demigods instead.
Question again. Are they all aware and awake when they get all the new organs put in them? Like, I don't remember if it's specified, but I feel like it's dark enough that they would do that, where they're not sleeping or under anesthesia. They're just awake getting a new spinal cord, like, right? Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are. Why am I not surprised?
Each Space Marine has a father, unlike you, a Primarch, which is basically an even bigger Space Marine that was forged in a lab by the God Emperor of Mankind, that gigantic golden dude you see everywhere, who is both the leader and now the martyr of humanity. The Primarchs are his 20 sons, built in a lab, who lead 20 legions of Space Marines, who are their sons, not from a lab, but rather a dissection table, giving them the powers and skills of their associated Primarch via a gene seed, a special organ carrying the genetic makeup of their Primarch and, you know, their seed. So if Jagatai Khan of the White Scars has the genetic makeup that wants him to go really, really fast, then his sons, the Space Marines, also want to go really, really fast. I should note that I am only referring to the legions this time around. If you're interested in sub-factions like, let's say, the Black Templars, then it's not going to be here. However, I do have a excellent Black Templar video. I'd argue it's probably the most accurate one I can think of. It goes through the whole lore, everything about them. It's a very long video, and I'll put it in the description. Just look up Black Templar video in the description.
Maybe we watch that next? Maybe we watch the Black Templar video next, just saying. Also, is the gene seed actually with their, like, seed? Is the gene seed actually with their seed? And then they just kind of just shove it in them? Huh. Cool, thanks Games Workshop.
You'll get what you need. And now, with the easy explanation out of the way, let us begin with our first legion.
Oh, it's in their neck. Okay.
Dark Angels. Allegiance? Loyal.
Oh, they're cool looking.
Primarch Lionel Johnson, a duelist, a knight, a real asshole, I'm not gonna lie. The single word descriptor, paranoid. The Dark Angels are our first legion, hailing from the death world known as Caliban. Their Primarch, Lionel Johnson, is what happens when you try to make the side profile Chad meme into a genuine character. He is a master tier duelist, a brilliant strategist, and an overall dick. There are few situations he isn't prepared for, and few fights he isn't ready to lead head on. This makes the Dark Angels have a very Knights of the Round Table vibe. They look like the knights of old with these large suits of power armor, often donning robes and hoods. Their names also follow this. They have like Ezekiel, Azrael, Belial, Samuel, and so on. However, the common thing associated with Dark Angels are the Fallen, a part of their faction that turned traitor against the Imperium, and they are very heavily trying to expunge all knowledge of them from existence. Fallen? What Fallen? Never heard of any Fallen. Do you know about the Fallen? We're gonna take you away and mind probe you to make sure you have never heard of the Fallen. They definitely don't exist, and if they do exist, which they don't, we will find them even though they don't exist. They love.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. That is already the coolest thing, and I now actually like the Fallen more than any other Space Marine chapter so far. That is so cool. I love that. They are the Men in Black. I love that. That is so cool. Okay, continuing. Sorry, I don't mean to have my bias on the first faction, but like that's neat. That is so cool. And now you guys gonna be like, what's a Fallen? Yep, yeah, of course. Like, what's the Fallen? Yep.
Of their interrogations. They thrive in it. Lionel Johnson is a scorched earth policy sometimes, and it's given to his sons in force, which makes sense considering that when the Lion heard of a Chaos Primarch on a homeworld different Primarch, whose mom was there, he was like, let's nuke it. The Dark Angels are a special group where they formulate themselves into 3 different factions. The Deathwing Terminators, slow-moving, tough phalanx. The Raven Wing, fast jet bikes and flyers. And the Green Wing, which is your standard Marines. They are a jack of all trades, but not in the sense where they're good at everything, but rather they have a lot of things that are good at specific things. Like instead of 20 people that have a multi-tool, they instead have 20 people with gigantic power tools for every job imaginable. If you like being suspicious about everyone and everything in your surroundings, but you also like to have a whole lot of deep knight type lore,
dude, even as a figure, like, hang on, I gotta back up.
Surroundings, but you also
that is like as a miniature, that looks so cool. Like that looks so cool.
Like to have a whole lot of deep knight type lore, run the Dark Angels.
The One Piece! The One Piece is real!
Our second legion is a special one.
If you can see,
No, you guys are gonna meet me.
The Emperor's Children, Allegiance, Traitor, Primarch, Fulgrim, a perfectionist, an artist, a sneaky snaky snake, and the single word descriptor, perfection. The Emperor's Children are all about the pursuit of perfection.
Look, before I get more crap, both here and in the comments later, before they became corrupted, they looked really cool. Okay? Before they get covered in the nipple rings, they were cool. They're not my favorite. I just thought they looked cool originally. I didn't know what I was agreeing to. I didn't know what I was saying looked nice. I didn't know the story, okay? I didn't know that they were aligned with the Cum Lord. I'm sorry.
Perfection in all they
like, that's
do.
cool looking.
Perfection in war, in artistry, and perfection in every other aspect of life. Their armor is a gleaming pink, purple, and gold. Their ships have spires of gorgeous marble and gold statues in their honor. Fulgrim is a man who believes the pursuit of perfection is the goal of all things, and I mean, look at him. Can you truly tell me that he is not perfect?
He's Griffith.
The features. As Primarchs go, he is the one.
He's literally Griffith.
40k
literally
guy that would give you the best sex you've ever had and never call you back. This is the fucking guy, which is why this pursuit of decadence led them to the evils of chaos. Yes, Emperor's Children are our first Chaos Legion, and not just a normal one. One devoted to, you guessed it, Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, god of unspeakable excess. The Emperor's Children in their pursuit are now horrifyingly mutated beings through Slaanesh's great will. They torture and maim to feel perfection through pain. They screech and attack with sonic weaponry for perfection through sound. And they slaughter, aiming for perfection in war. Fulgrim himself lost the battle against Slaanesh as a demon sword corrupted his mind and transformed him into the sexy man he was, into the sexy snake he is now. A demon Primarch, corrupted and bringing his legion's will by himself. As far as Emperor's Children go, they are some bad people. They do horrible things to anyone and everything. In fact, they're such trolls that their battle cry is for the Emperor, despite being horribly mutated and corrupted. If you've ever taken a little too much of a drug,
insane.
Or maybe the music at a concert was too loud and you didn't bring any earplugs, or whatever the reason, you just take all those things and you dial it and you dial it and you twist it and the knob breaks. And that is the Emperor's Children.
God is dead.
Yeah, I like the first one
remains
more.
dead, and we have killed
like the fall
him.
The Iron Warriors. Allegiance, traitor. Primarch, Perturabo, a warlord, a siege smith, an incel. Single word descriptor, siege. Continuing the trend of our Chaos Legions, we have the Iron Warriors led by Primarch Perturabo of Olympia. To understand the Iron Warriors, though, one must first understand Perturabo.
I'm not gonna lie though, he is definitely the least spoken of Primarch from what I've seen in my limited exposure to Warhammer. I have, or at least I have not seen him in enough prevalence to have any idea about him, like at all. In any of the videos, I have no idea about this guy. So I'm curious. Iron Within, Iron Without? I'm sure I'm gonna see that. I'm sure. Okay. Well, all right then.
A man so bitter, coffee beans run for light. A man who hates the world and everyone in it, who never got recognition for his deeds, who hates his brothers and hates their accomplishments even more. Someone so laughably petty, so incredibly bitter that he goes full circle to becoming likable. Why? Because he's competent. The Horus Heresy. We didn't talk about the Horus Heresy. Intermission. So Horus was the Emperor's favorite son, right? You know, so the Emperor walked into his room. Horus said, Dad, I just gifted 150 subs to Amaranth, and she said my name a ton, and she loved me for it. I really think that I might get to meet her one day. And it kind of played out something like this.
Your feelings for her are not real.
They are real to me!
And then it started playing out a little bit more like this.
Let the seas boil. Let the stars fall.
So this is what 64 novels were about, right?
The last drop of my blood.
Yeah. So Iron Warriors, the Horus Heresy wouldn't have gotten shit done without Peter Turbo. Imagine an entire
So can we just also now always associate the Horus Heresy is because somebody gave subs to Amaranth?
faction that is the personification of brutal industrialism, where you serve the Legion until your dying breath. You build and you kill and you siege and you kill and you literally summon demons just to take them and trap them in machines and use them as cannon fodder. This is a thing they do. They summon demons to trap and use as shock troops. The Iron Warriors are siege warfare incarnate. They are heavy weapons, they are tanks, they are turrets, and they don't die. They hate Imperials, they hate Imperial fists.
Do you need a pacifier, Iron Baby? No, I don't.
They are bitter incarnate. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors don't serve the Chaos Gods because they like them. They serve them because fuck you.
Okay, that's funny. But I'm going to assume in the tabletop game, these guys are really, really, really strong. Like, I'm just going to take a shot in the dark and assume they're really, really, really strong, considering how ridiculous they are. Or are they actually terrible? Like, it just sounds like they'd be broken. It just sounds like they'd be absolutely broken. No. Okay. All right. Okay. Petty to the core. All right. Okay. My bad.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Not another speeding ticket. I'll fight it in court, but I don't think they're gonna accept gotta go fast as a medical condition.
The White Scars. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Jagatai Khan. A speed demon, a plain strider, a roast god. Single word descriptor, speed. Hailing from Chagoris. The White Scars are all about speed. They love melee, but they love it even more when they are doing it from a motorcycle or land speeder.
Their aesthetic is cool.
Honestly, just running really damn fast. The White Scars are honestly forgotten about.
Okay. Design-wise and a color aesthetic, that white and red goes hard. That goes hard, right? Right? Like, that looks good.
A lot, and that's lore accurate. They are a legion that doesn't seek the recognition or glory from the combat they engage in. They engage in it because it is their duty and because they love it. Not in the insane slaughter enjoyment of loving it, but in the thrill of the fight. They are known as the laughing killers because they ride into battle with a smile on their face and a chuckle in their throat. And as you can tell by their Primarch's name, they are Mongolian based. Remove horses and replace them with motorcycles and land spears, and that's your style. They are heavily based on the old times of Genghis Khan, and consider this is 40k and everybody's evil. You know, that fits. The White Scars are actually physical scars on their body, going back to their heritage on Chagoris. The Khan himself is kind of a dickhead, but a reasonable one. He thinks ahead, he's intelligent, he's patient. He is often underestimated because he doesn't scream his accomplishments from the rooftops, which is what makes him and the White Scars dangerous. His skills are kept at bay, only to be truly shown when the time is needed. The White Scars are a forgotten legion often, but that doesn't diminish their accomplishments. All it does is surprise those who underestimate them. Speed, awesome Mongolian vibe they got going on, and if you really like to stab people, that's the White Scars for you. Shameless
cool.
thirst break.
This is dog.
Woof, 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 woof.
No. Okay, I like I said, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get flack for this, but I will always say this. After Penn has ruined this for me, now that I know there's no wolves on Fenris, I can't. These guys traumatize me.
The Space Wolves. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Leman Russ. A Viking, a Savage, the Undertaker. Single word descriptor, wolf. There's so many goddamn wolf units. Skater, how many units in the Space Wolves Codex have the word wolf in their name?
13.
The Space Wolves are the 6th Legion and hail from Fenris, a frozen wasteland of a world with their Primarch, Leman Russ. I don't really need to spend a whole lot of time talking about the Space Wolves because it's very obvious who they are. They are the second most obvious what their shtick is legion in the 20 legions besides the World Eaters. When you look at the Space Wolves behind, what do you see? Do you see Vikings in space? You've done it. Congratulations, you have found Vikings in space. But they have as much in common with a regular Marine as an old day Viking with like a Roman soldier. You see, as a Space Marine, your body is so enhanced that you filter out poison, and so you can't get drunk. The Space Wolves distill a special mead out of a horrible poisonous plant that would kill a normal human so they could get drunk. They have fangs in their mouths. They sometimes cannibalize their enemies. Sometimes they eat people because they gain knowledge about them from there and about battle plans. The Space Wolves are savages.
How the hell do you gain knowledge about battle plans from fucking eating people? Huh? I don't remember that in the organ list that they get as Space Marines. What? All Space Marines can eat. All Space Marines can eat people and gain their battle plans? I didn't remember that organ from the list. Okay. Yeah, the more you know.
They're raiders, they're Vikings, but despite all of this, they are loyal to their core. Leman Russ is an egotistical guy who just shouts stories and tales of his accomplishments everywhere they can. But at the same time, he was so damn loyal that instead of gunning down his foes, he hit him with a fucking backbreaker to show his devotion to wrestling. If you want Vikings in space, you found it. Play the Vikings in space.
We're gonna build the wall. We have no choice. We have no choice. Build that wall. Build that wall.
Oh my
Build
God.
that
Oh
wall.
my
The Imperial Fists. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Rogel Dorn. A builder, a phalanx, and he needs a hand. Single word descriptor, fortify. The Imperial Fists are led by Primarch Rogel Dorn on their homeworld of Inuit. However, they themselves are actually a fleet-based chapter with their main
God, these
source
ships
of
are
recruitment
cool.
coming from an enormous moon-sized ship called the Phalanx.
Look, I know this is not even relevant, or it is relevant, but it's not like specifically Space Marines. I just gotta say, the ships in Warhammer are so insanely over the top. Like even the Sisters of Battle dropping the what is it, the churches on people, right? Like the shit is so interesting, and the designs are so cool. Like they're so cool. And they're so ridiculous. Like every one of these ships, look, yeah, Flying Cathedral, that's what it was. Yeah. Floating Gun Cathedral, that's what I was thinking of. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Warhammer's everything's over. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
The Fists are a chapter you think of when you think of duty. They love to serve. The love to serve and the
That's a cool
inability
unit.
to be
That's a
moved.
really cool unit.
Rogel Dorn is an architect, a master builder, and basically a rock in brain and body. A lack of humor or ability to lie shows that he is as blunt as the weapons of war he creates. Not the swords he makes, but like blunt, strong weapons. The Fists are the same. Take your archetypical American Marine style look, a buzz cut, a hard sense of duty, and then throw in some power armor and a love for building defenses, and you have the Imperial Fists. They are immovable. When you find a spot, they're ready to defend. You can't breach them. Their knowledge of defensive warfare is paramount. Without them, the Horus Heresy would have been so much more effective, but thanks to their insane and immovable tenacity, the Imperium lives today. And let's not forget that Iron Warrior and Imperial Fist rivalry. Want to know why the Iron Warriors are so bitter? These guys are the reason why.
Guys, bring the thing! Where is he going? Hey! Hey, that could have killed me! Hey, guys! We missed! Get another!
Dorn and Perturabo are basically two sides of the same coin. One is
I
a
need
bit
to see
more
that short.
level-headed and got better jobs. If you want to be defensive, to be good at everything Space Marines are good at, bolters, heavy weapons, vehicles, you want a classic military fighting force, start fisting.
I am having a very bad day. Today is one of the worst days.
Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. The Night Lords.
Ooh.
Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Conrad Kurz. A sadist, a vigilante, depresso espresso. Single word,
Oh, is this the evil Warhammer Batman?
fear. The Night Lords are my favorite legion, hailing from Nostromo and their Primarch, Conrad Kurz. They are a traitor legion from a planet known as the Sunless World, or the World of Endless Night. Nostromo is a horrible hive city that is known for being host to some of the worst gang violence, murder, and working conditions around. The only thing keeping the population in check is the suicide rate.
Oh, he's Batman using Joker tech. So he's the Batman that laughs. So he's literally the Batman that laughs. I'm not gonna lie, the armor aesthetic is through the roof cool. Like really, really, really cool.
The Night Lords followed in the footsteps of their Primarch, a man who believed in a twisted sense of justice and that the only way to make humans compliant is through fear. The Legion's lesson has been lost on them, as their ranks were repopulated by gang members, murderers, arsonists, torturers, and other words I can't say on YouTube, as young as 12 years old. Murderers before they were even teenagers, raised to become demigods. Now, fear is what they sow, and
That's
flesh is what they reap. The Night Lords are scum. They are the exact opposite of all other legions. They torture and they maim and they flay because they think it's fun. They run away often so they can come back and kill you with more numbers. They prey on the innocent and the weak. They kill normal civilians because it's easy and flee any battle where they don't possess overwhelming odds. They are the antithesis of normal space marines. They are scum. One time, a world did not comply to their demands, so they raided one of their ships and brought it into atmosphere. The crowds cheered and clapped as it appears that they had won the battle, and the airlocks opened and the skinned and flayed bodies of the crew were thrown down in the populace. In other words, a legion of gangers and criminals. Add together a heavy Slavic influence to them, and you've got my favorite faction.
You have not done dishes for 5 years. So embarrassed when people come over here.
What does it matter? You bring them over, you kill them. Vampires don't do dishes.
The Blood Angels. Allegiance, loyal. Primarch, sanguineous. An angel, a vampire, a dead-ass motherfucker. Single word descriptor, blood. The Blood Angels are 9th Legion, hailing from the homeworld of Baal, with their Primarch, Sanguinius. The Blood Angels are a tragic tale with one of the best Primarchs, one beloved by almost everybody, a genuine angelic figure who led his people to glory, killed by the hands of the traitor Horus before the Emperor's eyes. The death of their Primarch led the entire Legion to madness as their gene seed malfunctioned and created something known as the Black Rage. The Blood Angels degrade over time, experiencing something called the Red Thirst, which gives them a genuine vampiric thirst for blood. As their minds degrade and break down, they get angrier and angrier, becoming berserk killing machines with no other goal than to tear everything in sight apart. But they don't see it as that. They see themselves there, at their Primarch's demise, with Horus in sight. And to them, it's time for vengeance. That Space Marine over there, that Chaos Space Marine, that's Horus. Kill him. That Orc War Boss over there, Horus. Kill him. That Tyranid Swarm, 1,000 Horuses. Horus. Kill them all. Did your toast come out a little bit burnt?
Horus.
Horus sabotaged your toaster. Destroy the toaster. Destroy it. Do it. Do it. Kill your toaster. Do it. This slow, debilitating disease takes over the Blood Angels, and it gives them this angelic, vampire, and Catholic-inspired imagery. They have chalices of blood. They rest in coffins and can even use psychic powers to sprout angel wings from their bodies. They are a tragedy through and through, and the only thing that will look more tragic are the mangled bodies of those they come in contact with.
I got a diesel engine, and honey, we...
That is an insane little group. That is, I'm sorry. I gotta give Bricky props. I mean, he doesn't need props from me, but like, my God, like that bit is fantastic. That was great.
Forgot to mention, we're gonna take your job away.
The Iron Hands. Allegiance, loyalist. Primarch, Ferrus Manus, a machinist, an inventor, and not a great head on his shoulders. Single word? Bionics. The Iron Hands are from the home planet of Medusa and their Primarch, Ferrus Manus. Does Ferrus Manus have an iron hand? You fucking know he's got an iron hand. The Iron Hands believe that the flesh is weakness. But despite all of their enhancements, despite all the things that made them demigods, replacing some of the flesh with bionics will allow them to serve the Emperor more. They go hard into vehicles and dreadnoughts. Dreadnoughts being giant walking sarcophagi that have wounded space marines piloting them from the inside.
I'm sorry, what? I shouldn't be surprised again, but what? So what, you get debilitated, you get shoved into a giant mech? That's okay, all right.
Vehicles, metal, upgrades. These are the things that make up this legion. Their tech marines have servo arms sticking out from all directions. They have a wide array of mechanics and extremely often replace limbs with metal ones, serving all kinds of different functions to deal with their enemies. The Iron Hands are also not particularly nice. They're kind of assholes. I mean, Marines are already normally pretty big assholes, but they're a little bit up there because of their ugh. Flesh, ugh. Civilians made of flesh, ugh. Because you see, the flesh is weak. Flesh is corruptible. Bionics, the strength of the machine is pure and cannot so easily be corrupted. So if you want people who have this little techno-fetishistic vibe to them, that love their vehicles and their walking coffins, hit up the Iron Hands.
Understand, Commander.
So, I know that they're not inherently aligned, right? But do the Iron Hands associate with the Machine God? Or is that just like they don't associate, like totally different, even though they have the same interests? Like, what is it with Mechanicus, right? Do they associate? Yeah, yes, they do. Sort of. They vibe a lot with Mechanicus. Okay, cool. Cool.
I was
See,
never here.
learning,
Legion
and I'm listening.
11. Why, hello there. I have returned from touching grass. I know. I'm pretty cool with the grass touching. And now let's continue our Warhammer lecture.
This ruffles my jammies. Okay, so what's going on here? I am a super sandwich.
The World Eaters. Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Angron. A butcher, a slaughterer.
Like extremely, earth-shatteringly, unreasonably fuck-ass mad.
Single word descriptor, anger. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Are you mad? Do you just fucking hate everything? Do you want to murder everything in sight and get rewarded for doing so? Then you should join the World Eaters. Home planet of Nuceria and Primarch Angron, who, if the name didn't suggest, is real fucking angry. Angron was raised a slave, forced to fight in gladiator pits. When he refused, they shoved old world tech into his brain so that if he ever felt any emotion other than anger, it caused him extreme pain. All his sons, wanting to be like their dad, also put a version of these nails in their brain. So now you have an entire legion who literally feel unimaginable pain if they are feeling any emotion other than anger. Slap them with a freight train of armor, 2 goddamn chainsaw axes, and you can see what's gonna happen. It's no wonder they're corrupted by corn. They're honestly a surprisingly sad legion that I actually screwed up in assuming that they were all just angry murderers. I mean, they are, but they didn't start out that way. Their corn corruption degraded their intelligence, their free will, and made powerful warriors into arguably even more powerful warriors, but blunt, like frothing at the mouth psycho warriors. The World Eaters, like I mentioned in the Space Wolves, they wear their concept on their sleeve. They are angry, they want to kill things, they want to kill you, and maybe some of their friends, and that's the faction. They're red, they're mad, they're gonna run at you and cause death. If you like that, you play the World Eaters. Or you like it because they were, you know, at one point a lot better than that. Most of Warhammer was a lot better than that. I was once a lot better than that. That was when I was in college. I didn't finish college, and neither did Angron.
Hail, Caesar. If it's not done by sunrise, I'll cut your balls off.
The Ultramarines. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Rabute Gilliman. That's how it's said. An Analyst.
Wait, how you say it?
Primarch, Rabute Gilliman. That's how it's said. An Analyst, a Diplomat, a Blueberry Boy Scout. Single word descriptor, duty. When you see Space Marines on a box or just Space Marines in promotional material, notice how they are always colored blue. These are the blue Space Marines. These ones here, the Ultramarines, who hail from the world of Macrog with their Primarch, Rabute Gorilla Man. Ultramarines are the white bread of Space Marines, the grilled chicken with salt and pepper.
This is literally what I thought of when I understood Warhammer, right? Like, I literally, if you asked me to tell you anything about Warhammer, this is all I understood. This is all I've ever seen is this before watching these videos with you guys. I never knew crap beyond the blue Space Marines. So all I ever knew were the blue Space Marines. So like all these other armors look so damn cool and I'm like, damn, okay, they're not all terrible.
This is by no means an insult. They are plain Jane, but that's also because they are so goddamn good at their job. Their skill for warfare is paramount, but so is their ability for leadership. Gilliman for a while was a damn boring Primarch for all the reasons he was great, because no matter how hard you try, you don't win a war without logistics, without supply lines, without trade routes, without infrastructure and economy. You don't win anything without all that stuff, and Gilliman knows it, which is why he has one of the largest standing empires in the Imperium, named Ultramar, which is why his sons are the most recognizable of all the Space Marines, which is why the only thing that rivals the weight of their victories is the weight of their egos. They are good at everything and bad at nothing. They are great at everything. Other legions can do other things better than them, but they are good at everything. The most interesting thing about the Ultramarines is their characters, as they are all now inflicted with various amounts of ultra depression for many reasons. Gilliman is, at the time of recording, the only playable Primarch currently on the tabletop, and the only one that has returned to the 41st millennium for the Loyalist side.
Wait. So none of the Primarchs are playable on the tabletop except this guy? So you can't have any other Primarchs on the field? That's so interesting. More now, the Lion is now. We have 2 now. Okay. That's so interesting. Most are dead. Really? Damn, okay, I'm learning a lot.
Took one look at what his empire's become and immediately wanted to fucking die. Being forced to lead everything he once hated, an Imperium rotten to its core with his sole responsibility to save it, is kind of what makes him interesting. They are a perfectly standard legion with perfectly standard ideals, and great if you want a simple, clean slate.
Uh-oh, stinky.
Oh,
Funny
no.
poop.
Is this Nurgle? Is this a Nurgle corrupt legion? Is this a Nurgle corrupt legion? No!
Funny. Woo!
The Death Guard. Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Mortarian. A reaper, a poison, an ungodly stench. Single word descriptor, rot. The Death Guard hail from Barbaros, with the Primarch Mortarium. The 14th Legion were known for their incredible resilience to damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Where the Imperial Fists were defensive thanks to tactics and posturing, the Death Guard were resilient because they could take a punch or a gut shot or a cannon to the chest and just keep on moving. They are slow, yet they are resistant, which was only confounded as a Death Guard captain, Typhus, codename Dickhead, sold them out to Nurgle, god of rot and decay. Now, the Death Guard are a Nurgle-worshipping infected legion whose ability to feel pain and take damage has all but just gone away. They wade through gunfire, able to kill normal Marines 10 times over and continue unharmed, all while spreading rot and disease in the name of their dark, very stinky master. Where the Death Guard enter, plague spreads. People get sick and they die. They spread debilitating disease to all around them. Why would a legion need to be anything more than very tanky when their enemies are falling over, puking, firing out of both ends, and having their skin peel off just by their presence?
Why? Why is it a meme that we all need Nurgle's embrace? Why do you guys love Nurgle so much? Like, it's so vile. It's so unimaginably vile. It's like The Last of Us, but on steroids. Because I don't know why Nurgle loves me. Why do you keep saying this? I don't get the joke.
Entire worlds infested with a zombie rot, swarms of insects that eat flesh and metal alike, all while the Legion advances slowly, painfully, allowing the disease they spread to take its toll before they reap the lives they believe belong to them. And look at Mortarian's model, dude. The man is baller as fuck. A gigantic moth with a gigantic scythe. Come on now. The Death Guard.
For my next trick!
Oh, this is Magnus. I remember the nipple horns.
The Thousand Sons. Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Magnus the Red. A scholar, a sorcerer, a fucking nerd. Single word descriptor, magic. The Thousand Sons hail from their homeworld of Prospero, with their Primarch Magnus the Red. The final of our 4 major Chaos God factions, the Thousand Sons are disciples of Tzeentch, the Changer of Ways. Heavily inspired by their Egyptian theming, the Legion themselves are slaves to the god of trickery and change. Most of them no longer even having a physical form, reduced to just dust, piloting suits of armor at the whim of a sorcerer leader. The Thousand Sons do not deserve their fate.
So wait, they're not even alive. They're literally just dust. So there's not even a Space Marine inside the suit of armor. Okay, all right.
There's a common joke that Magnus did nothing wrong. This is untrue. He has done much wrong. However, he is very sympathetic, mainly because the Space Wolves and Leman Russ sought to end their rivalry through the annihilation of their legion, escaping only through the assistance of the Changer of Ways, and forever changed because of it. Meanwhile, magic is their main tool. Take some Lovecraftian style abilities, the eyes everywhere, and potent spells to be cast at their foes, whether these are bolts of psychic lightning, reversing time itself, opening up portals to unreality, or changing the very fabric of the universe. The Thousand Sons sorcery knows no bounds, and they are very good at it. If you're a fan of like wizards, your classic style of spellcaster, and you want a ton of them, combined with a tragic backstory and a Primarch who,
really are.
like Mortarion, looks fucking baller, the Thousand Sons are for you.
You fucking asshole! There's no way, you're a fucking cheater.
Such a sore loser.
You're a cheater. My dad works at Nintendo!
The Sons of Horus.
Yeah, I understand that what he's saying is not always going to be inherently 1000% accurate. I'm having fun though getting to react to it and see it because again, as somebody who doesn't understand Warhammer, it's a very, very digestible way to absorb this stuff. And then as we get further in, I'll be able to watch more serious lore things that I'll be able to actually be able to pick apart what's true, what's exaggeration, because there's a lot of inside jokes from the community too. So I do my best to be able to just enjoy the jokes. I'm not going to take every single thing as like law, so that's why I kind of ask you guys in chat, why I ask the comment section to give me your 2 cents about like certain things. The dust thing was very interesting to me, so that's why I ask.
Or the Luna Wolves, or the Black Legion. Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Horus. A warlord, a treasured friend, or the traitor himself. Single word descriptor, assault. The Sons of Horus are the formal name of Horus's legion, hailing from the world of Chthoniya. The Sons of Horus themselves were assault troops. The strength of their attack was some of the most powerful in the legions. While the White Scars may favor speed for their strikes, the Sons of Horus were known for their overall offensive power. It was even said that if the Sons of Horus met the Imperial Fists, they would be at a stalemate for eternity. However, the Sons of Horus are no longer, because, well,
64 novels later.
They are now instead the Black Legion, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, who claims to succeed where his father failed. The Black Legion are still an offensive and assault-based force, but they act much like the—
Wait. So the Black Legion's still around, is what I'm assuming, right? And the second in command is now in charge, even though he's not a Primarch. They still listen to him, even though he still has just the seed of Horus. This guy?
His father Legion, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, who claims—
So he was just a normal Marine, or a normal space, normal as far as the Space Marine goes. Abaddon the Armless. Okay.
Claims to succeed where his father failed. The Black Legion are still
really
an offensive
cool
and assault-based force, but they act much like the Ultramarines, but for chaos. Your standard black and brass Space Marine, who are known for recruiting in all different kinds of avenues. Anyone can become a member of the Black Legion. Anyone can swear allegiance to the War Master. You gain favored by not just one, but all 4 gods equally. Their famous line, "Let the galaxy burn," is the best way to describe them. It doesn't matter what the outcome is, so long as the Imperium dies, the Black Legion has done its job. They are a legion.
They're basically just scorched earth FU. Okay.
Formed from hatred and spite, with a clear goal in mind, as the Dark Gods are calling, and the Black Legion are sure to answer.
Hello. Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
No.
It wasn't fucking optional!
The Word Bearers. Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian, a preacher. a fanatic, a choir boy. Single word descriptor, zeal. If the Black Legion answer the call of the Dark Gods, what if instead you decide to call the gods first? Well, then the word bearers are for you. The 17th Legion, led by Primarch Lorgar on the planet of Colchis.
Is it bad to say that he looks like a bitch?
Originally obsessed with worshiping the Emperor of Mankind as a god, they found that despite his divinity, he was not worthy of worship because, you know, he raised their equivalent of Jerusalem to the ground for daring to worship him. Like, could you imagine if God actually showed up and was just like, Jerusalem is stupid, it just destroyed the whole thing? Like, what would that do to your head? But there are gods that want worship and will reward those who do. The word bearers are chaos worshippers to a T. All chaos gods. They specialize in demonic rituals, the summoning of demons, and the mutual possession of their own troops. They welcome demons to their bodies to fight as one. They exalt the dark gods themselves for aid, and guess what? They answer. In the world of 40k, Satan doesn't just call you back. He hops in his GT Mustang and he crashes on your couch. In the world of 40k, your rituals will end with genuine results. The word bearers know this. They know through sacrifices, through devotion, through dark baptism, the gods will answer and they will be rewarded. So they use it. They bring forth demons. They bring forth possessions. They bring forth the power of the neverborn, the damned, and those that hide in the dark to bear against the Imperium. Lorgar sits there, smiling, as the truth he always knew, the existence of gods and the importance of faith, is a reality. And it is a tool he is using to...
Yeah, I stand by my original point. This guy is a bitch. Like, this Primarch is a bitch.
Rend the galaxy.
Dear Sir Stroke Madam, fire! Exclamation mark. Fire! Exclamation mark. Help me!
The Salamanders. Allegiance, loyalist. Primarch, Vulcan, a forge master.
This is the big guy, right?
A very huggy boy. Single word descriptor, fire. The Salamanders hail from Nocturne, a volcanic planet home to their Primarch Vulcan. They are the largest of the Space Marines, not due to numbers, but rather size. Vulcan, he is an enormous slab of beef, by far the largest of all the Primarchs. However, don't let his size fool you, as he is also the kindest. Salamanders have the juxtaposition of looking frightening, being larger than other Marines, while also boasting an ashy, like coal color skin and blazing red eyes, while simultaneously carrying around all manner of flame weaponry. So your average civilian might be spooked, but in reality, they are by far the kindest.
Back up 1 second, 1 second. Just checking on her.
Shorty. Baby girl. Hi. You okay? You alright? Hey girl. Why are you being so eepy? You still feeling sick? Sorry, I mean to wake you up. I want to make sure you're okay.
Sorry. Shortcake's just getting over being sick, so I wanted to make sure she's okay. Back up a little bit. I didn't want to miss anything. Sorry about that.
Red eyes, while simultaneously carrying around all manner of flame weaponry. So your average civilian might be spooked, but in reality, they are by far the kindest of all the legions to those civilians. Vulcan believes that to safeguard the Imperium is to, at the end of the day, safeguard its people. So unlike other legions who put their lives far and above the average human, the Salamanders spend significantly more time trying to save them, often taking numerous losses by doing so. They are very independent as well. They're forgers. And
do they actually care though, or is it like something like, is it just like a weird quirk of the Primarch? Like, do they, is there an ulterior reason as to why they protect, or is it just because they just genuinely care? Supposedly they really care. They do. Okay.
Blacksmiths, maintaining their own weapons and crafting versions of it. They also have the very rare privilege of being able to see their families even after becoming a Space Marine. They care, which is the funny part, because the 7.5 foot tall giant with flaming red eyes who just reduced a traitor to bubbling metal says, "You have nothing to fear, young citizen. Take my hand." If you enjoy fire, melting things, and being the nicer of the Marines, Salamanders are for you.
Kaka, sneak attacks don't work if you yell it out loud.
The Raven Guard. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Corvus Corax. A Raven, a Shadow. An industrial dance DJ. Single word descriptor, stealth. The Raven Guard are the final Loyalist Legion at 19 and hail from the planet Deliverance with Primarch Corvus Corax. If it hasn't been made clear enough already, the Raven Guard are stealth specialists and proficient in all manners of assassination. Despite this, their signature winged jump pack and double lightning claw look is, well, not very stealthy. They are named after, of course, the Raven and embody the entire concept of it as a herald of death. They are stealthy, patient hunters that have no problem with waiting and waiting and waiting.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Normally, I don't like the Plague Doctor aesthetic. I know, hot take, but like the Raven beak on the armor kinda hits. It kinda hits.
Until the moment to strike is at hand. It's not easy being a stealth faction when your stealth involves people in 1 ton of power armor, but they find a way. That more than anything should not be used to show how ridiculous 40k is, even though it is, but rather to show how good the Raven Guard are at their jobs. It's not about them sneaking around you without being seen, but it's also about them having lied in wait for so long that it wasn't until they were in striking distance that you even realized they had been there. And also, if you want, you know, edgelord Marines with a long black haircut, pale skin, ravens everywhere, if you want to field assassins and snipers abound, then the Raven Guard are for you.
It could be in this very
Alpha
room.
Legion.
It could be you. It could be me. It could even be... Whoa, whoa, whoa! What? It was obvious.
The Alpha Legion. Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Alfarius, and Omegon. Saboteur.
Wait, is this the Alfarius meme? Am I finally gonna learn what the Alfarius meme is? I just see you guys spamming I am Alfarius. Am I finally gonna learn? Wait, wait, is it because this is the one that got cloned? Is it because there's 2 of them? Oh my god.
Destabilizers, they're in your walls. Single word descriptor, espionage. Finally, the 20th Legion, the Alpha Legion, led by Alfarius and Omegon, the only Legion to have 2 Primarchs who were split as twins. The Alpha Legion are heretical, we think, and specialize in destabilization of society and armies. Their entire shtick is the Hydra, because...
What do we mean they're heretical we think? What does he mean they're heretical we think? Are they or are they not? What?
When you cut off one head, 2 more take its place. All of the Alpha Legion look exactly like their Primarch. Olive skin, shaved head. All claim to be Alfarius. All are liars. They make the largest use of sleeper cells and cultists in the Chaos Space Marine factions because it's extremely easy to take over a planet when you
poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague unto our houses.
Where the Raven Guard use stealth and sabotage to eliminate their enemies, the Alpha Legion prefer to weaken them over time with sleeper agents, impersonations, basically anything you can imagine from a hardcore spy movie or Cold War level espionage. Being Alfarius is not only an honor, being Alfarius is a requirement. There's a story of someone chasing down an Alpha Legion agent for years upon years, and when they finally catch up with them and they see them, they see that the agent is wearing the same face as their pursuer, because this was the plan all along, to kill him and take his spot. We're talking facial reconstruction surgery, we're talking hacking, we're talking political assassination and impersonation.
Wait. Someone was so deep incognito that they actually were already in the position that they were meant to be in. Or somebody was already in the position that they were meant to be in, that they were trying to get into, but it was already I am Alfarius. Oh my god.
Impersonation, everything. They are Space Marines in name only, because being a strong stoic warrior is not what the Alpha Legion is interested in. In fact, the Alpha Legion is interested in you not even knowing that the Alpha Legion is a thing. I am Alfarius. You are Alfarius. We are all Alfarius in his Lord's glorious army. Thank you everyone so much for watching this video. I hope you learned a little something. I hope if you were on the fence about what Space Marines you wanted to field, you would now have a better idea of what you want to play. Buy my Gamer Sub Shaker. It's on sale. It's on pre-order.
That was
it's
so
ready
good.
to go. Just
That was
get it.
so
Just
good.
get it. Use code Bricky.
Oh, that was so good. Oh my god, I'm so happy I know that now. I'm so happy I know that now. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do, I think, the Eldar propaganda video next. I have to check what it is. So let me quickly hide my screen. It will also make it easier for me to split these up into VODs, or into long form videos. We're not done. We're gonna watch more videos. That was so good. That was so good. That was so good. I hope it's Pancreas. No, I think it is. I think it is Pancreas. Give me 1 second though. I just want to fix myself. Make myself come over here. Look at that. We're here. Ah. Okay. Give me 1 second. Bricky's delivery is really fun and accessible. Well, that's why I really enjoyed all the Bricky stuff. Now, there's 2 videos that are up for contention for the second video. I haven't seen if Penn vetted the video that was suggested. Oh my god, Penn sent me a lot of messages. Okay, so Penn saying save that one for later. Penn saying the Dark Templar one is the text-to-speech thing, so we should keep it for later. So I'm thinking the Eldar propaganda will be the next one we watch, which I believe it is Pancreas. But let me check. I'm gonna open it up real quick on the YouTubes. Excuse me, Bricky. I gotta minimize you. Go over here. Yeah, it's from Pancreas. Pancreas No Work. The Eldar propaganda.
As Garfield won.
Oh, okay. Calm down, Pancreas. All right, you're gonna be just like Bricky. We're gonna start talking immediately. All right. Calm down. We're not ready to play you yet. We're not ready to play you. He loves Eldar. Is the Eldar propaganda gonna actually speak positively of the Eldar? Is it gonna try to convert us into Eldar fans? Will that work? Is it actually gonna be funny? Is it gonna be interesting? I have no idea what to take from it. He is Eldar. He's such a funny guy. Okay, that's a good sign. He will talk about his Dami. I'm sorry, what? He loves Eldar? Or he loves Eldar, just elves in spacesuits? Time for lunch. Be back later, chat. Take it easy, Wisdom. He's of the craft world. Oh my god. Everything he says is lore accurate. Okay. So are you guys open to watching this one, or do you guys have different suggestions? Okay, that's Warhammer. Wait. I thought Eldar weren't in fantasy. Oh, we'll get to. Oh, okay. So this video will be fine. Yes, watch it. Okay. No, Eldar isn't fantasy. That's what I was confused by. Okay. Man loves Eldar so much. Elves are in fantasy. It's labeled Eldar. It's fine. Okay. I was gonna say I'm trying to understand one thing at a time. Jumping into fantasy is gonna be so much for me to try consuming. Okay, so during this little intermission, let me again say, if you guys want content beyond just today, obviously I'm going to make all these individual videos for throughout the week. Like each one we watch is going to be a separate long form video. If you guys want, tomorrow I'll be streaming on Twitch. So Penn, if you'll drop the link again to Twitch, if anybody wants to go follow me over there, I stream over there pretty regularly, like almost every day. So just spreading out the word. I mean, I really do want to see your reaction to all the guardsmen, to the all guardsman party. It starts off strong and just keeps the shenanigans flowing, and even lore accurate. Which one is the all guardsman party? Penn, did you vet that one? I don't. Sorry, a bit of mind lag. Don't worry about it. You guys are trying to keep up with me while I'm trying to keep up with you while I'm trying to keep up with lore. It's totally good. There's a thing before the Space Marine end, as was said in one of the comments. I stand beside this. Loyal Space Marines are not assholes. Mostly, they care, but in a more pragmatic way. Okay, that's pretty cool. I would say, I think it was the Fallen, right? The first Legion's Fallen ones. Those are the ones I liked the most, I think. Those are the ones I liked the aesthetic of the most. I think they were pretty cool. I want to learn more about them, as far as like the Legion goes. The All Guns Ready is the chronicling of 40k pen and paper RPG. Oh, okay. Fully experience the Fall of Cadia. You have to have it in your hands, so you teardrop on the pages. Okay, all right. I'm open to this. The Fallen? What Fallen? Exactly. The what Fallen? What is the Fallen? Let's go into the Dark Angels convert. I mean, right now I'm still look. When it comes to serious ones, I really like the Flayed ones, I really like the Tyranids, and I really like the Orcs. When it comes to the memes, I really like the Drakari. As effed up as the Drakari are, the memes of the Drakari just feel like they're so useful for shit posting IRL. Did I hear heresy? She's only seen base Legion. Yeah, I haven't seen the other chapters. I have to learn about the other ones too. They're cool and horrifying. What about Rowboat Gorillaman? I don't know what that is. I highly recommend seeing the Fall of Cadia, one of the big recent 40k events where literally everyone shows up to party. Okay, like I said, I'm open to everything. When I tell you guys I'm open to everything, I mean I'm open to everything. I'm loving learning all this stuff with you guys. I'm loving that, truly. If you're interested in the books, Twice Dead King is great for Flayed ones. I have to do audiobooks. I don't have the time nor the attention span to read long form books, and I know people hate hearing that. It's not. I just like to be honest about it, because what happens when I read, like, you have to understand, when I read, I'll read through the first page, I'll be interested in it, but I'll read through it really quickly, right? I'll get to second page, I'll forgot what happened on the first page, so I have to go back. So when things are in writing for me, it's really hard. Now imagine this: I went to medical school. Like my degree's in medicine. Learning and studying when you go to school for medicine, when you have that problem and reading is hard, you have to come up with some very interesting ways to get through it. Like some very interesting ways to get through your education. So lab programs, I did amazing. And hands-on, amazing. When you're listening to the context, oh, lectures killed me. I had to have a recording of every single class. I had to listen to it multiple times. Oh, it was terrible. But that's one of the reasons why watching these videos, I actually do absorb a fair bit, because this is how I do learning. Like I don't really absorb from the written way. I do learn through audio. Congrats on getting through medical school. Oh, it sucked. Oh, it sucked. I enjoyed the field. It was I went for veterinary. It was a lot of fun though. Like the schooling was terrible, but the result was fun. I do enjoy being a content creator more, mostly because I don't know. There's something that feels really rewarding about being able to just kind of have a community and enjoy time with people, and it's very pleasant and positive. There was something very ended up happening, you know. You're a highly educated individual. First of all, no position is more important. Like I like what you were doing is just as important as what I used to do. You're doing something that is important for society. I respect everybody from every walk of life. Look, it doesn't even matter what I went to school for. I'm an idiot on the internet now. Literally, I'm just here watching Warhammer content, okay? So like I'm nothing. I'm just a cat girl going meow. The Night Lords trilogy is an audiobook though. Okay, if it's an audiobook, then I'll definitely look into it. Like I said, I'm enjoying this a fair bit. You actually get paid for streaming instead of weeks of unpaid placements. I mean, right now, YouTube, I make nothing. Like, full transparency, my income is entirely Twitch-oriented because I'm pretty new to YouTube. I did just apply for partner, so hopefully I'll be able to have memberships and advertisements soon with YouTube, but I heard it takes a week to a month, so hopefully I will know and everything, and then if you guys like emotes, I can give you guys fun emotes with membership, so I hope, but right now I'm doing this for free. I'm doing this for the love of the game. Because I actually just really enjoy you guys. Like, I actually just enjoy you guys. It's always great to see new people getting into the setting and enjoy. I am actually enjoying it. I am enjoying it. Ed's sitting there grinning ear to ear. He's been trying to get me to look into Warhammer for the last, like, what, 7 years? I literally am like, nah, I'll never get into Warhammer. Nah, I'll never get into Warhammer. But you see Admiral T right there. He's the single reason why I want to make a Drakari army with couches. So I got to learn how to play, and then I got to come out with my little satchel of pouches and furniture. So when I defeat him in battle, I can make furniture out of all of his Space Marines. Sanguine's speech is good and short. The speech is awesome. I am content. I am content. I am happy. Good luck with the application. I'm enjoying your unpaid labor. Hey, you know what? To be fair, if this is my internship with YouTube, I'm happy to. I'm having a really good time. You guys make it great. Like, legitimately, you guys are in, like, this part won't be, again, this is only in the live stream. This won't be in one of the long form videos. It's just another intermission and talking with you guys. I will be a mush every chance I can with you, because I can't express how grateful I am that you guys have been insanely welcoming to me. As a whole, you guys have been insanely welcoming to me. Like 99% of the comments have been so kind. So, bless you. Bless you, Dawn. Stop sneezing. You're supposed to be better. The Sanguine's speech is very good. I'm going to have to look into the Sanguine's speech as well. Usually they only make couches when they get home, but, like, couldn't they theoretically make a couch on the road? Couldn't they theoretically do that? But, okay. So, let's take the next video. Let's set it up. Let me move myself back over. Let me go into my little corner. Where did my mouse go? Did my mouse die? Hang on. I hate when that happens, but it's fine. Okay, let me just get my mouse plugged in. Hopefully I don't accidentally click anything like end stream. There we go. All right, mouse is working again. Perfect. Okay, let's do this. Make myself over here. Right, that's about the same size I was before, I think, right? That's about right. That's about right. I am a couch. Dude, okay, one last thing. When I made my post about saying that today would be the stream of watching the Space Marine chapters, or the Legions, right? And I'm like, you better be there or you're gonna end up a Drakari couch. And they're like, maybe I want to be a couch for a Drakari mommy to sit on. And I'm just like, I've had enough internet for today. I've had enough internet. I'm going to, I don't know. I just responded with, I just went, Okay, anyway. Back to what we were doing. I think this was the size, right? This is about the size. Maybe a little bit lower. Like this. Okay. Let me get the music off. It did in fact backfire on me a little tiny bit. It did. A little tiny bit. Okay, and let me get the video showing. There we go. Okay, so we are now starting the next video, and this one is the Eldar propaganda, and this one is by Pancreas. How do you say his name? Because I've never watched him before. Pancreas no something, right? I'm waiting in chat to see. I know you guys know the names better than I do. I'm still new. I'm still so new. Pancreas no work. Okay. Oh, because his pancreas doesn't work because he's died. Oh my god. Anyway, all right. So we're starting the Eldar propaganda by Pancreas no work. Here we go.
As Garfield once said in his infinite wisdom, you are not immune to propaganda. You can't run from it, you can't hide from it, all you can try to do is be educated on it. And of course, this is just as true in 40k as it is in real life. Pretty much every official thing put out by the Imperium is propaganda. You can argue all day long about how valid the propaganda being put forth is, but it's still propaganda. The Imperium wants you to abhor the Xenos, the mutant, and the heretic. The official government is trying to get you to think X way, so it's propaganda. But what if I don't want to listen to the Imperium's propaganda? Every faction deserves to have their own PR department, even if it's got to be out of universe. The Tau have their own, and it's pretty successful, judging by how many worlds they've taken without a fight. Okay, but seriously, whenever it comes to the Tau, I get mixed opinions from people, because some people hate them, some people love them. But now, I was seeing in my comment section before, like in my previous video, when I was talking about, when I was responding to people talking about how they what was it, sterilized a bunch of humans.
But do they sterilize all humans that they come in contact with, or only some that disagree with them? So that's kind of the thing I'm trying to understand a little bit. Yeah, so what I'm seeing in the comment, man, I don't like the Tau. Literally, this is already going to be a separate video from the first part of the stream. So the first thing that they're going to see is that you in chat just being like, F the Tau. That was one event? Okay. Oh my god.
I don't have an exact figure on that, but I know it's more than 0, so it's certainly worth the effort. But though I am a fan of them, I'm not giving you Tau propaganda today. It's been far too long since I've sat down and properly glazed the Eldar, and I feel like I'm getting rusty. In full transparency, the elves of Warhammer Fantasy are no longer my favorite faction. The Tomb Kings have taken their rightful place on top there.
I'm sorry, the Tomb Kings? I'm sorry, what the heck are the Tomb Kings? When did this become a thing? Huh? I haven't seen anything about them. Oh, this is fantasy. Oh, fantasy. I was gonna be like, these things are so cool. What the heck?
But in 40k, sorry Necrons, but you don't have Setcher the Imperishable, nor do you have rats with machine guns, so the Space Elves are still firmly #1. So today, I ask that you keep an open mind, because just like I did for Nagash, this video is going to be straight up Eldar propaganda. It is going to be 100% biased. I am absolutely going to twist facts to make them look better. And from the bottom of my heart, I want you to know that I won't feel bad about it in the slightest.
Oh.
But before we discuss the finer points of the people who gave rise to the Goddess of Pleasure, I must ask, would you like some pleasure? Because if so, look no further than the
Oh my god, all right. I'm just gonna quickly go ahead of the Adam and Eve spawn. Oh my god. Is that Drakari? Is that Drakari? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh my god. You know what? That is the time to get sponsored by them. That is absolutely the time to get sponsored by them. Oh, that is so funny. That is so good.
Down low a little bit. Not a problem. Adam and Eve offers this.
Oh my god, he's still going.
Wanted. Business history and Eve. Adam and Eve does prop item.
Oh my god!
40k's supremacy. Let's go.
Okay, alright. So, I'm gonna need a timestamp from that moment, Pen, or Apocalypse, because I'm gonna have to cut out that little bit of I might leave something in, but I have to get out the words and stuff like that. But that is so funny. Oh, that is so funny. Look, that is definitely a way to make me appreciate the Drakari even more. Oh, that is so good. That is so good. All right, back to this video.
Go back to the beginning for this, and I mean the very beginning of 40k's in-universe narrative, short of the Big Bang itself. 65 million years ago, give or take a couple of million years, some poor race decided they would ask their neighborhood grandparents.
Sorry, I didn't hear anything he just said. I was distracted by the fact that that was Age of Mythology music. I remember that audio. That just triggered something in my brain. That is literally old Age of Mythology background music. Oh my god.
Beginning of 40k's in-universe narrative, short of the Big Bang itself. 65 million years ago, give or take a couple of million years, some poor race decided they would ask their neighborhood grandparents for the cure to cancer. The neighborhood grandparents were assholes, so they told this poor race to get bent. This poor race decided that if they couldn't live happily, then no one could, so they turned Cthulhu and all his siblings into Decepticons, turned themselves into Terminators, and thus the greatest conflict in history broke out. The war in heaven is, ironically enough for this video, pretty damn sympathetic for the Necron side of things. But now is not their time, because the Eldar are immediately out of the gates swinging in this little conflict. The Catan and the Necrons were a juggernaut. The Old One's psychic might couldn't do anything to stop them. So in terms of getting the Eldar up to speed, as the Old Ones did, I imagine it's something similar to the Spartan 3s. Take this 6-year-old child, pump them full of drugs and augmentations, and tell them to go stop the horrible aliens advancing on everything they know and love. And by God, did that 6-year-old throw hands, because according to the Eldar 8th edition Codex, nothing could hope to stand in their way once they got serious. To quote the book itself, most of these conflicts, though, were so short-lived that the ease of their victory left the Eldari ever more sure of their ascendancy.
I will say, he is already way more like detailed in how he explains things. So if there are longer swaths before I like pause and talk, just, you know, bear with me that I'm trying my best to understand it, because it's not like Bricky where it's filled with humor. I mean, there is humor and it is funny, but it's really specific. So I want to actually understand what he's saying, even if I think that the Eldar are a meme.
Necrons and the Katana at their height were nothing compared to the ancient Eldar, and quite frankly, even the books in modern 40k back that up to some extent. In the Mephiston series, he at one point encounters a Necron Lord, who comments that while powerful, he's a shadow of what the ancient Eldar could do. Mephiston can stop time, as I understand it, full on the world-style time stop. And according to a very credible source who was there to witness the Eldar without any limitations, he's a child in comparison. This only makes sense because even in battles the Eldar themselves couldn't handle, they could easily find someone that could, specifically their gods. The Eldar pantheon is a bit hard to pin down in 40k. Maybe they're former Old Ones, maybe they got uplifted by the Old Ones alongside the mortal Eldar, or maybe the Eldar made them during the War in Heaven as weapons and just came to worship them as gods. I like the second option the most because I feel it gives them the most agency, but take your pick of the backstory. It doesn't...
Well, like, is he... Wait, I have to understand that again, because I was going to say, I thought that the Eldar had their own gods.
Hey. Maybe they're former Old they're gods. The Eldar pantheon is a bit hard to pin down in 40k.
Okay.
Maybe they're former Old Ones, maybe they got uplifted by the Old Ones alongside the mortal Eldar, or maybe the Eldar made them during the War in Heaven as weapons and just came to worship them as gods. I like the second option the most because I feel it gives them the most agency, but take your pick of the backstory. It doesn't really matter.
I've heard of Isha,
Either way, the end result is still an Eldar champion realizing they need some help and then calling down the very heavens themselves to assist them, because in their glory days, divine intervention really was as easy as that. Such gods did things like ripping the Catan into little bite-sized pieces, like Cain with the Nightbringer. And don't you worry, I have things to say about Cain later. The outcome of the War in Heaven itself has been said by many to still technically be a Necron victory. Before the War in Heaven there were Old Ones, and after it there weren't really any. I'll give them that credit, the Necrons deserve as much. They fought hard, and the Old Ones are gone now. But in this war, there were two winners.
Okay, so the Old Ones are already gone. Like, by the time of 40k that we understand, are there any Old Ones left at all? Because I know... Because the Old Ones and the Catan are different, right? And again, for anybody who watches this video as their first video, oh my god, I'm sorry if it is from me. I'm very clueless in Warhammer. All I've watched so far is like 3 videos, so this is like my 4th exposure and my first non-bricky, so it's a lot, and I'm trying my best to understand it. Old Ones 100% extinction. Okay. I still don't understand the hate of the Eldar. The Eldar created Slaanesh with just endless debauchery because they were so... Okay, again, this is my understanding of it as someone who's completely separate and unknowing of Warhammer. The Eldar controlled everything. They got bored controlling everything. They got really into freaky shit. While doing said freaky shit, they got into cannibalism, murder for fun, murder for art, sex for murder, for eating for art, all that good shit. When that happened, the chaos god of all that jazz came into being. So basically a bunch of gooners created a cum god, and then everything went to shit. So when that happened, that's kind of why everyone hates the Eldar. That, as far as I understand, I'm sure someone will correct me. I'm sure the comments will correct me. But that is what I kind of understand. That's kind of how I understand it.
And the greater victor was the Eldar. The Necrons went to sleep for, as far as I can tell, 2 major reasons. One is just that the galaxy was far too torn apart for them to be happy with. If they wanted their bodies back, best to wait till the galaxy could reseed itself with life after the conflict killed most everyone in it. The other reason was that they were very aware the Eldar were out there and more than happy to finish the fight the Necrons started. Given how effective the Eldar were in the War in Heaven, none of the Necrons were particularly keen to get ass-blasted to infinity and beyond by a solar system-sized psychic storm. And with that, it was unchallenged Eldar supremacy for 65 million years. And I want everyone to do a bit of a mental exercise together.
Yeah, see what you're saying here, where it was the Eldar supremacy for 65 million years. This is probably the window, I'm going to assume, is what they're talking about, right? This is the window where everything kind of goes to shit over the gradual degradation, right? I'm hoping he goes over Jakari. I don't know why I have a weird interest in them. I feel like I'm definitely going to be an outlier, because I know they always say that VTubers really like Slaanesh and really like the Tyranids. And here I am being like, yeah, you know, kind of liking the Drakari. Kind of liking the Drakari.
quick. With the unlimited information granted me by a basic Google search, in our actual real world, humanity has been practicing agriculture for anywhere from 11,000 to 15,000 years. The timescale of the Imperium of Man is therefore anywhere from a little bit younger than agriculture itself to just as old. Furthering that notion, another look at the first page of Google tells us that recorded history beyond Neanderthal paintings on a cave wall began in about 3200 BC, meaning the Imperium is about 3.5 times older than we've been keeping track of things.
Hey, it's not because they're BDSM elves. They're just kind of funny. They're just kind of tee-hee quirky, turn you into a couch.
Beginning of the Eldar's complete dominance over the galaxy happened when we still had dinosaurs. And you know why everyone just glosses over this little fact? I can give you 2 reasons. One is that GW authors, as with most sci-fi authors to be fair, fail to grasp any sense of scale. It's why it sometimes feels like nothing happens in between the Horus Heresy and 40k. The second more important reason is that humans as a whole can't grasp that kind of time scale. You do not understand what 65 million years is. I'm not judging, I don't either. We're just not built for that. But as best you can, I want you to keep that fact in mind. The Eldar were almost completely unchallenged for 65 million years straight. The Earth was ruled by lizards when they first took power, and it wasn't until mankind in 40k reached the stars that the first signs of their power slipping began to appear. As far as I know, the only race that once overtook them temporarily was the race that coined the term Monkai among them. If my math is correct, a big if, given how dogshit I am at math, that's one moment of them faltering over all that time. Want another fun time span fact? Well, it's my video, so you're getting one no matter what. Our good friend known as the first page of Google once again comes to the rescue, because according to it, 70% of oil formed 66 million years ago or earlier. Breaking out the calculator, if we subtract 70 from 100, we get 30. The Eldar were in power longer than 30% of the oil on Earth has been in existence.
Damn.
The Eldar are older than fucking oil. During this time, another 2 important things to note.
I feel, I understand it's for the shtick of the video, but I feel like people can understand the concept of just how long 65 million years is. I don't think it's that hard to grasp. Like, you just think of, okay, this predates humanity, you know, exponentially. What is it, like, humans have been on Earth for, like, what, 8 million years? So, 8 times that, so...
Occurred. The Sea of Souls began turning into chaos proper, with Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeent eventually forming into proper chaos gods. Yet despite 3 of the 4 chaos gods being present, none of them were able to truly gain mastery over the warp, nor intervene in real space, at least not to the extent that they would from the Horus Heresy onwards. Once again, I am giving the Eldar and their gods all the credit for this. For 65 million years, and since warp time is all funky, it could very easily be longer than that, the Eldar pantheon held chaos at bay. Even during the Eldar gods' war in heaven,
okay, so wait, why is Kurnus the Hunter and Isha the Mother at the top? Is it because they are the start of where it goes down, or are they the same being, or are they split in 2? I mean, he'll probably explain it. I just find that one interesting because it's 2 at the same point rather than one of them. So I just find that interesting. He really is. He's really glazing it. Well, apparently that's what he does. I was gonna say, ooh, med school's smart. I'm not trying to say I'm smart. I've never once claimed I'm smart. All I used that for is a reference of saying that I had to have learning methods that were different than reading. They're married? Okay.
While they all pick sides between Cain and Vol, Chaos couldn't sink their claws in either the Eldar nor their gods. They just couldn't, and don't tell me they didn't feel like it, because they absolutely would have if they had the chance. Asurion, Isha, Cain, Morai Heg, any other god I can name. Their efforts kept the galaxy as clean of chaos as it possibly could be post-war in heaven. During this time, the Eldar were also all perpetuals, because death wasn't a thing. They just reincarnated, memories optional if they wanted a clean slate. Once again, according to the 8th edition Codex, the stars themselves lived and died at their whim. They would ride solar flares like the Silver Surfer for fun. Though they had their own gods, each Eldar might as well have been one. It's no wonder they felt they were supreme like Gelt, because they could just show up to a system, decide it lost sun privileges, and then leave.
Okay, that's kind of cool. That's a power move.
No one is supreme like Gelt, but by God, they were close. But let's skip ahead to the end now, and by God am I going to go into overdrive to turn them creating Slaanesh into a victory. Or at least a defeat that makes them look good. Consider that the fall of the Eldar took place over a few thousand years until the early 30th millennia, where the dam finally broke and a torrent of fluid best unmentioned flowed from it, birthing Slaanesh. Considering how long they were around, this was an admittedly rapid decline brought about by birthing Slaanesh, where the dam finally broke and a torrent of fluid for a few thousand years until the early 30th millennia, where the dam finally broke broke, and a torrent of fluid best unmentioned flowed from it, birthing Slaanesh. Considering how long they were around, this was an admittedly rapid decline brought about through their own hubris and degeneracy, but there's some things going into it that make it not as bad as you might think at first. It occurred after 65 million years straight, as I've been saying, of being pretty goddamn straight edge, all things considered, for one. It happened because it was rather exponential in how it progressed. Started as some guys not going into work one day because they felt they earned a break, and then a month later it turned into the most horrific orgies you'd ever seen.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this. Even though I know what this video is about, even though I know that it's a propaganda video, and even though I am also very clueless to the world of Warhammer, even I could see through this BS. Even I could see the tomfoolery being done here. Like, you can't spin Slaanesh as a victory. There is no way you could spin Slaanesh as anything other than terrible.
Not helped by this is the fact that the craft rollers and exodites were the moral purists who told everyone to maybe put down the heroin needle on Mondays at least, or something like that. When they left, no one was around to tell the remaining Eldar to chill out with the rampant hedonism, so it only accelerated. Now with all that, think of it this way. The other three Chaos Gods were the galaxy's collective sins and dark subconscious thoughts. They came about because of the war in heaven, which technically makes them all the Old Ones and Necron's fault, as well as the galaxy at large for being so awful.
Thank you. That is the perfect statement right there. You can't PR yourself out of gooning Satan into existence. You can't. You can't. You literally can't.
Slaanesh was all the Eldar. So powerful were they even during their rapid slide into ruin that they alone created a Chaos God. Compare that to the Emperor and all that Dark King nonsense during the End and the Death and whatever the hell that was. It took him the galaxy's largest empire ripping itself in two, 19 demigods waging war against each other, and all the suffering those things entail to form the conditions that would have created the Dark King. That would have been mankind's Chaos God. The Eldar created the same thing after 5 minutes in the bathroom with a magical crack pipe. Even when they're dooming us all, no one can match the scale of the Eldar. For that matter, consider the birth of Slaanesh itself and what it says about the Eldar. The psychic scream of her becoming real caused Orican the Diviner, who has no soul and cannot feel that sort of thing, to become so traumatized he hid away in his own little pocket dimension for hundreds of years, meditating and calming himself down. That's what the collective power of the Eldar accidentally unleashed on the galaxy.
So his logic is because the Eldar were so depraved that it just emphasizes how great they were because their depravity created a Chaos God. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. Another Eldar Tuffy. No.
It's an Eldar L. I'm not going to pretend that Slaanesh was good for them.
Oh my
but
God.
Their psychic might and resonance in the warp created a being that affected soulish creatures like the Necrons enough to traumatize them. And getting to the modern Eldar now, I want to address...
I'm sorry for all the pausing. Small, pitiful races can't goon a god into a being. Number one ranked gooning. The gooning leaderboards are through the roof. Oh my God, I can't. I can't. Oh my God. All right. Okay. Sorry.
Cain, first of all. Cain loses in pretty much everything he's in. If an avatar of Cain shows up, you can safely assume the Eldar are about to lose. Sure enough, when the Pantheon was devoured, he lost his battle against Slaanesh. But him losing that battle shows how strong he was if you look just a little bit into it. When Slaanesh had eaten the rest of the Eldar Pantheon and was at the height of her power, Cain fought her to a standstill. True, he didn't win, but he wasn't losing either. Cain at this point was fighting the strongest Chaos God head-to-head and holding firm in the battle. He only lost when Khorne decided to get in on the action and claim Cain for himself. He and Slaanesh poured their power into Cain to claim him as their own, and the bloody-handed god was ripped into pieces. Cain isn't anathema to chaos in the way the Emperor is. There's nothing particularly special about him that makes him inherently counteract chaos.
How? So wait. So how does Khorne just be like, you know what? I'm claiming you. How does he just do that? Like, I understand that he's a chaos being and it's this ridiculous level of power that transcends understanding. But like, how do you just go, you know what? You're fighting one chaos god who's consumed all your other gods, right? And it's the most powerful chaos god. But I see what you're doing here and you're doing a great job. I'm gonna just claim you. I'm just gonna claim you. Mine. Gimme. Okay.
Yet despite him fighting Slaanesh at her strongest when all his followers who'd empower him were dead and therefore he was at his weakest short of being shattered, he held firm. It took the 2 strongest Chaos Gods wrestling over him to defeat him, and he still didn't die. He just broke and landed on all the craft worlds in real space. Kain was so powerful that he couldn't be killed even with Slaanesh and Khorne's combined might pouring into him. He broke apart instead. As for why he loses all the time, it isn't even because he's an Eldar character and therefore destined to lose to Imperials, although that doesn't help. It's because he can respawn. If you can respawn, you will be defeated in whatever you show up in. He can die infinitely many times and always come back, so he gets killed to show how cool whoever killed him is. But in Caiaphas Cain, we see just what he can do when the writers actually treat him with respect.
Do they give him any level of writing? Like, when it comes to the reincarnation process? Like, the living saint who helps the Sisters of Battle, right? The one who was the repentant one who became the saint? I remember they said every time she dies, she has to climb over a pile of bodies, right, to get to a crying girl before she comes back. Do they? Yeah, we know the process. Is it something like that? Walking iron statue, Saint Celestine. Thank you. See, I remember her whole resurrection. I just forgot her name. Cain, they sacrifice someone to spawn them. Okay, cool.
And what he can do is orbitally drop onto an enemy Titanfall style and rip a demon princess apart. Jurgen was there, which certainly served to weaken the demon, but Kain's a warp god too. He would have been a bit worse off from Jurgen's presence as well, but the man kept going. And I'll let you in on a little secret from the tabletop. Kain beats Angron in a fight. Fate Die can give him a free 6 on his ranged attack, which in turn gives him...
This is what the tabletop looks like. Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. The tabletop is going to confuse the heck out of me. I still think the first thing I want is like, okay, I said the first thing I wanted was the flayed ones. I kind of want to get something Drakari, but like, I'm gonna be melting my brain. I'm gonna be melting my brain trying to understand this.
Potentially another 3 hits with his ranged attack. Combine that with his melee profile, his ability to have all damage, and his inherent toughness and save, and Angron's getting bodied. I am telling you from experience. Kayla Mencha Cain, when treated with the respect he deserves from his stats, is a monster. He tied with Scarbrand as well in the lore, which is quite the feat. Also a quick shout out to Isha, who despite being deprived of power, locked in Nurgle's garden, and completely cut off from...
Is he using a picture of Fauna as Isha? Does Pancreas not know VTubers and just found this picture and says that this is Isha? Or is there already an inside joke with Fauna being Isha? Huh. Well, rip Fauna.
The Eldar still has the power to insta-cure any disease thrown at her and can whisper the cures to her mortal followers. That's a pretty good goddess to worship. Better than the Corpse Emperor, I'd say. But the Eldar themselves now, though shattered, are still capable of tearing anyone who tries to step up to them a new asshole. Consider Baal-Tan. The Imperium gets 2 sector fleets, which can be anywhere from 100 to 150 warships, 10 Space Marine chapters and all that entails, all over a single planet. The end result was a decisive Baal-Tan victory, and it belongs to Baal-Tan alone.
Isha's the goddess of life. Look, but I can roleplay Isha too. Ready? I'll show you what I mean. Here, let me show you what I mean. Ready? Look. See, I can do it. I can do the thing. Look, I'm Isha. It's a VTuber cosplay in real time. Isn't that great? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. I think it was 1 tab bigger. I think that's too big. Right there. All right, back to the video. I'm sorry. I had to do it.
While the Imperial forces could call upon all the different Forge worlds and more for supply, reinforcements, and whatnot, Baal-Tan had itself and only itself after Iyanden refused to help them, and they won handily. They were certainly bloodied from it, but it was very much a win for them. Speaking of them and Iyanden, consider the Scouring. After the Horus Heresy, the Loyalists drove the traitors into the Eye of Terror, and cleansed the galaxy of any remnants of traitorous forces hanging around. Except they didn't do it alone, not that any of them knew this. Iyanden and Baal-Tan each took half the galaxy to cleanse of chaos, because a corrupted galaxy is not...
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what faction this is of the Eldar, but that color scheme and that design looks really cool. I'm not gonna say I like Eldar, because I think Eldar are kind of derpy. And I kind of think that they're bad, except for Drakari. But that's kind of cool looking. Craft World, these are Craft World?
a good one to live in, and I couldn't find a single instance of them losing. Now granted, there isn't much really expounded upon in this time period beyond them fighting against chaos, but Iandin's lore in particular tells me that this is because their victories were so assured that it's not worth going into detail beyond that. Iandin's whole current shtick is that they're so beat up that they have to use Wraith Guards as normal troops.
How expensive are the big things that they have, like the big mechs? How expensive is it to buy one of these things? Mind you, I know they're not painted. I know it's not put together, but how expensive is something that size? Because, like, I'm going to assume that it's like $200, $300. Like, just for that one thing. 300? Yeah, that's what I would assume. That is insane. Not insane that you like buying them, but like, that is insane. Just it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, right? Like, I was looking, like I said, the one thing that I was looking about adding on Throne, it was a Drakari single one, and I think it was like $44, and I'm like, damn, that's expensive. That is expensive. 80, that's actually not bad for what that is. For what I'd assume, considering that what I was looking at was like 45. All right. Going back.
And their losses and Pyrrhic victories are elaborated on in detail because of this. You gotta explain how they fell so far from grace they have to resort to necromancy to get by. We haven't heard about any defeats against chaos during this time, and Iandin is noted as having been rather arrogant about the Tyranid threat that ultimately reduced their numbers so greatly, as well as Prince Uriel's general arrogance. If they ever lost against chaos during this time, we would have known, because they either wouldn't be so arrogant or would have had mentions of defeats that led to the Wraith Guard, so I have to conclude they never lost. Any Chaos Space Marines or other cults present in these parts of the galaxy were surely defeated handily, for otherwise it would have been a noted part of Iandin's backstory. And before any Imperial or Chaos fans go, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, I'd also remind you that it's not evidence of any of these things happening either. The Xenos are allowed to simply win too, not just the human factions. Baelton, for its part, would go on to defend 3 Maiden Worlds against demon invasions all at the same time after losing half their population, and Iandin would go on to have Prince Uriel stab a Tyranid so hard it hurt the hive mind itself. Not just the bug he stabbed in any and Synapse range, the hive mind itself.
I've never actually heard this. I mean, obviously, I barely have heard anything. What am I kidding? But like, how do you hurt a hive mind? Like, how do you fundamentally hurt the hive mind?
The intergalactic, species-wide consciousness of an entire species was hurt by one Eldar and his pointy stick. Gorguts would be proud if he knew it.
You don't, it's PR.
No doubt.
Oh my god,
And
I
despite
forgot
the
it's
Horus
PR.
Heresy being Space Marine the series, there's a few moments where the Eldar are shown to still be incredibly capable despite their fall from grace. Remember when Fulgrim dragged Perturabo on his wild ride to ascend to Demon Princehood? They landed on a former Eldar world, and immediately were shown why that was a horrible, horrible idea, because the defenses of that world were not happy to see these primitives traipsing about for their own selfish and petty desires. Not long after they landed, Wraithbone constructs rose to defend their home, and they cut, stomped, and blasted through the Marines present like they were nothing. Better yet, strange ghost-like warriors made up of smoke and light actually cut through the Marines present like they weren't there. Their weapons passed through them without leaving a scratch, but the Marine would just keel over dead. Fulgrim's ascension was the only thing that saved everyone present. If he didn't become a demon Primarch, there'd be 2 less traitor legions in the galaxy, all from one single Eldar world's defenses. What about everyone's favorite dickhead Eldrad?
Wait. So, he became the demon Primarch because of this conflict?
Present. If he didn't become a demon Primarch, there'd be 2 less traitor legions in the galaxy, everyone leaving a scratch. Actually cut through the Marines present like they weren't there. Their weapons passed through them without leaving a scratch, but the Marine would just keel over dead.
Part of
Fulgrim's
why?
ascension
Okay.
was the only thing that saved Sea, all from one single Eldar world's defenses. What about everyone's favorite dickhead Eldrad? Eldrad's in a real unfortunate position. He's a real strong guy, but being a Xeno who has high-stakes plots, he has to lose in the end. Cue the Death Watch stopping a ritual that would kill Slaanesh. But when he's allowed to do his thing unhindered, he makes Magnus look like a goddamn child. I do apologize for this bit coming up, because I have to mention John Grammaticus. If it makes you feel better, it's John Grammaticus about 2 seconds from shitting his pants in Unremembered Empire. Johnny Boy was on Macragge doing perpetual cabal, whatever the hell garbage plotline stuff, when he suddenly came down with a killer headache. Accompanying this headache was also time itself grinding to a halt across Macragge, and what he knew was an Eldar trying to reach out to him. He assumed it was the one that was part of the cabal, and told him to piss off until he could recover a bit. After this, things went back to normal. He went to a tavern to get some grub and realized...
Grammaticus is a perpetual in the Horus Heresy. He's not always everyone's favorite character. I don't know what that means, though. How is he a perpetual? It's just there? It's just constantly there in the Heresy? It's a character everyone hates. Okay.
Realize that, oh shit, there's mirrors in this tavern too, which means it's time for more psychic crap to happen to him. Time once again freezes, the world outright becomes blue-tinted as he realizes—
Oh, he's a perpetual as in he's one of the ones that can't die. Okay, yeah. I remember hearing about the perpetual humans. My bad.
As the waiters attending him were stopped mid-conversation, Eldrad walks in, and John Grammaticus is sitting there paralyzed with fear. John Grammaticus is a perpetual. He can respawn. And when confronted with Eldrad, all he could think of was that death itself had come to his little corner of reality. Eldrad then casually reveals that not only has he implanted all sorts of knowledge in John's mind without him knowing, but that he is fully aware that the Ultramarines librarians had noticed what happened in spite of time being stopped, and that John didn't need to worry about it. In 8 minutes, a larger psychic event would occur, and then after that, something even worse would happen. Sure enough, in 8 minutes, some word-bearers tore through the warp onto Macragge, and after that, Conrad Kurz descended. Eldrad, when he's on his A-game, is absolutely terrifying to behold. Reality itself is his plaything. He's a thin, graceful, silent specter of death who can decide you need to explode now, and then you explode. He was also supposedly a friend of the Emperor at one point, prior to the Great Crusade, as evidenced by some Harlequins telling some Imperials that. Xeno's so goddamn capable and impressive, he predicted some word-bearers and Conrad Kurz arriving down to the second, and was friends with Big E. Worth noting is that Mephiston, well—
I thought the Emperor of Mankind didn't like anything outside of humanity. I could be totally wrong. Again, my knowledge is super limited, but I thought the Emperor of Mankind only liked humanity, considering, you know, he was destroying everybody. From what I've seen in the small bit that I have seen, Eldar gave him webway tech. Oh, okay. Eldar do lie a lot.
Not being super stressed with time stopping either, has a somewhat limited radius he can do it in. Eldrad told a big chunk of Macragge, if not all of it, to go to the timeout corner. All that was really said was that the librarians were aware of a psychic event having occurred. Not that it was an Eldar causing it, nor that it was ongoing. Just that while time was stopped, they were aware something was happening. Which could mean anything from he only stopped time locally, to the librarians would know the instant he resumed time that something was going on. Or even that they were aware time was stopped, but couldn't do shit because time was stopped. Either way, the end result was an Eldar slipping onto Macragge, getting what he wanted, and then going merrily on his way without anyone being able to stop him. He's also calmed the warp down to allow the Imperial Fist to reach Terra during the War of the Beasts. The warp. The thing the Eldar can only barely interact with, now that Slaanesh is a thing. He made the warp sit the hell down for a bit and behave so the Marines could go do their thing, like it was no big deal. And he, like
I am trying so hard to be able to pull apart the level of BS that he's trying to feed us over what the Eldar does, from like the actual facts of what they've done, but it's so hard as someone who does not know the lore to a large extent. So it's like some of it sounds really true, and then you guys in chat are like, yeah, this is propaganda. It's kind of BS. Not all BS, some of it's BS, so I'm trying.
Every other Eldar is restrained by Slaanesh's existence. He can't show his true power level like a Dragon Ball Z character because then his soul is forfeit. If other Farseers were allowed to be unchained, they'd probably be able to do what he did, and God only knows what Eldrad could do then.
Oh, all this happened?
Every
Okay.
dedicated Eldar Psyker is still at the very least an equal match to something like a Space Marine Librarian. Salandri Veilwalker might as well have pulled Mephiston around by the ear when she needed him. Farseers, when they do let the runes burn out and overload their power, are destined to die and be consumed by Slaanesh, to be sure, but so is everything on the planet they're on. They are unmatched beacons of psychic might, short of something like a greater demon of Tzeentch showing up. Like when a group of 6 of them invaded Nurgle's garden to rescue Isha. They only finally lost when their physical bodies withered away from the plague affecting their craft world. For days prior to that point, they were in the home of one of the Chaos Gods, ripping his forces a new one.
Love
in
that.
the very few moments we've seen them act unbound, nothing can stop them. I mean, this picture of them fighting the Thousand Suns says it all. Eldrad is contesting Magnus himself, and the Avatar of Cain isn't the slightest bit worried about what's going on around him. He's just walking right up to Magnus like, oh, I am so gonna kick your bright red ass, Magic Man.
The scale of some of these characters is insane.
This is the premier psychic demonic army in the galaxy, and the nerfed Eldar are going toe-to-toe with them. And to top off my Eldrad glazing sesh, he beat Abaddon. In hand-to-hand combat, he beat the Despoiler. Ulthwé was invaded, but Abaddon should have consulted his own future-seeing stuff a bit more, because the entire thing was turned into a kill zone designed to whittle down his forces as he approached his battle with Eldrad. And then Eldrad won. Abaddon fans will cry out that the lore...
Everyone beat Abaddon?
Eldrad achieved the one timeline he won out of the countless thousands he lost, which I say... Okay, sure, and those other outcomes he lost the duel, but he didn't get those outcomes. He won.
Okay, serious question. As like an overall Warhammer community thing, do people like Abaddon or people dislike him? Because I see you saying Abaddon deserves it, everyone beat Abaddon, blah, 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 right? So do people like him? Because I thought that their armors look really cool, but I know that it's Horus's group, right? They're just no longer Horus's group. 50-50? Mixed. Abaddon kept trying, though. Gotta respect the commitment after the 13th failure. It depends. He's a bit polarizing. He's the GOAT. Mixed. Okay, yeah. So it's definitely a split.
Abaddon fled Ulthwé with his tail between his legs, which means Eldrad did what people like Sigismund couldn't. I am absolutely going there. I don't care. All of this has been Craftworld Eldar, though, I realize. What about the other main factions? Hello, Dark Eldar. How horrible to see you. Let's start from their beginning as well. All Eldar tech is based on psychic stuff being at least partially integrated. It's literal techno-sorcery. The Dark Eldar, however, can't use psychic powers because otherwise Slaanesh will home in on Kamara and eat them all. So the Dark Eldar had to rebuild their entire technological base from the ground up, because if they used any of the stuff they used to have, they'd get devoured. You know how the Imperium's been trying and failing to do that for a million different reasons? Well, the Dark Eldar did it. From an arguably worse starting position, too, because Imperial tech doesn't require magic it can no longer use to function. And furthering things the Dark Eldar do better than anyone else, terror. The Dark Eldar are the most horrifying force in the galaxy. Yes, even better than you, Night Lords. Actually, I've noticed that they seem to get the most respect and credit out of all Xenos, at least in this specific area. People might argue all day long whether or not Chapter Masters...
Dumb question, right? Dark Eldar are Drakari, right? It's not a separate sub-faction that I'm not understanding, because I'm trying my best, but, like, I know that a lot of the chapters and factions have sub-factions and sub-genres, so I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not, like, being like, yay, Drakari, and it's actually something different. Okay, just making sure.
Scrunglius Maximus can beat a Dark Eldar Incubus in a fight, which is fair enough. But no one argues that if it does look like he's gonna lose, that he should immediately try to blow his head off with his pistol, because dear God, being taken to Kamara is a fate worse than being lost in the warp. And absolutely no one argues the fact that none of his chapter mates should try to rescue him, because willingly going to Kamara without either infinite plot armor or a Dark Eldar specifically wanting you there is a great way to get yourself turned into a chair. They can't overtake the galaxy, sure, but none of them wants that. They want a divided galaxy fighting amongst itself so they can swoop in, terrorize the enemy, steal a couple million people, and then piss off. And by God, does 40k provide just that. Their win condition is already achieved, because it's a galaxy divided against itself while they have free reign to slurp up the souls of everyone in it. Everyone who says they'd lose in a straight-up fight against the other factions is missing the point. Everyone else will never get that straight-up fight. They'll never get the one-on-one brawl against the Dark Eldar that'll put them out of the game for good. Go ahead, try and Cyclonic Torpedo Kamara. At best, you'll ruin a small part of it that gets detached from the greater whole. Most likely, they're gonna throw it back at you. And at worst, the entire group you sent to deliver the payload is now being tortured for all time because they find it mildly amusing. And yes, this terrifying force can strike out of the shadows from the webway without warning. Yes, they do this all the time. No, there isn't anything that can be done to stop.
You ever find you ever see a group in a game that's just so insanely awful that you're just like, that's kind of funny. That's kind of a meme. You know, it's like, in this case, these characters are so evil that I feel like there is a level of, like, tee-ha-ha. Because, like, I've constantly said this before, the only reason I enjoy the Drakari is the idea that when they kill you, they don't kill you, they turn you into a couch. I think that is hilarious.
Stop them 99% of the time. Something to keep in mind is that when you see a Dark Eldar tabletop match, it means something has gone wrong for the Deldar. For most of their raids, they just whisk away half a planet in the middle of nowhere into the night. And if they do need to fight, which is something that you can't really replicate on the tabletop in the name of fun, they make it as unfair as possible.
Excuse me, do they have a tentacle whip? Does that one in the middle have a tentacle whip? What? Why have they channeled the power of Japanese anime? What? Okay.
Whoever stands against them will be poisoned, flashbanged, kneecapped, and drugged before the fight even begins. Then they show up and drag you kicking and screaming somewhere you'll never get out. All of which assumes they don't just steal your son for giggles. Good luck to any Astartes that try swiping a chainsword at the empty vacuum of space. Though I'm not glazing them as much as the rest of the Eldar, I don't need to, because as it stands, the Dark Eldar are winning. They want a galaxy where they can freely pick and choose from across it for slaves and victims. They have it right now. The warp breach from the Great Rift in Kamara was sealed by the Mandrakes, and while Vex's position might be a bit shaky at the moment, that's just a political change. It's hardly something that's going to end their society, it's just a potential change of who's the biggest boss. And to everyone who complains about how they're terribly dishonorable and it makes them cowards that they fight the way they do, complain away. I'm sure that'll convince them to let you go free. Not totally just turn them on or something like that. Regular Eldar do the same raiding thing almost as effectively, mind you. They just usually don't take prisoners or revel in the slaughter. They aren't freaky like that. But of course, let's not forget the Harlequins. You know how everything is canon, not everything is true? And how people usually...
Okay, so wait. The Harlequins... Okay, so... I from what I remember what you guys told me about the Harlequins, they were separate from the Eldar, but then they got lumped into the Eldar Codex, even though they used to help the humans to it sometimes? So are they still a faction you could play, or are they just Eldar? Like, they're just Eldar when you play now? Yeah, oh, we're sorry. Thank you, exactly, that's the Dark Eldar. The meme clowns? I mean, like, I can understand people really liking a Harlequin army, from the little bit I understand. They're pretty cool. Like, the idea of a Harlequin group that are assassins is pretty interesting.
Use that excuse whenever GW releases something the fan base doesn't like, rather than for anything resembling nuanced discourse. Yes, I am being an arrogant snob right now, I don't care. This is an Eldar video, it's called Getting Into Character. Well, how about this? The Harlequins absolutely did body the Custodes on Terra. The author coming out and saying he meant it was actually the Lucifer Blacks?
Wait. They bodied the Custodes? What? Huh? Okay. Even as someone who has no knowledge of this universe, that sounds insane to me. That seems really impractical.
Imperial propaganda, to hide the fact that some clowns gave the Emperors 10,000, the worst KD ratio they'd ever received. The Harlequins are an unstoppable force of comedy and mayhem. Their weapons are like if you took a joy buzzer and hooked it up to the Wunderwaffe from COD, among other rather more disturbing things like the Harlequin's kiss. Do you like people soup? Because that's what their weapons make. And they just can't be stopped from showing up and doing whatever the hell they want. They'll show up on Terra, they'll show up on Forge Worlds, on Civilized Worlds, they'll Fortnite dance straight through Kamara and the Craft Worlds, and no one can stop them. Aside from their mastery of the webway letting them show up wherever, they're strong enough to kill you if you try to stop them.
They have to be insanely popular, right? That just, the way that they sound, like the fact that they are just BMers, they are just trolling BMers. How can that not be popular in a tabletop game? Like, I would imagine so many people like these guys. Really hard to paint? Not really. Really? I'm surprised. They strike me as something that people would love, because a lot of people love to, BM. They're so fun, but hard to paint. Harlequins are like the elite of Eldar. They absolutely can hang with certain Custodes. They're the least popular of the Eldar What? Seriously? No one wants to paint them. I could see the desire to not paint. That I could see. But I was going to say that it just strikes me as like, you're always going to have people who want Space Marine, right? Because it's the thing. You're going to always want to have people who are going to want the unspeakable horrors of the Tyranids, right? Like, those are things that I could always see, like, the main people liking, right? Same with the Necrons, people like machines. But there's always that group that are the ones that when you play, a battle royale that are dancing on the graves, right? Like, that's the people who will be playing this unit. Maybe those aren't the people who are playing Warhammer, but, like, it's not my cup of tea. I just assume that people would like these.
They're quick enough that by the time the Inquisition has shown up, they're long gone. And if you try to follow them, welcome to the webway. It actively wants you dead for trespassing, and within it is the last god of the Eldar that has been unbroken by Slaanesh and is free. He's gonna kill you in the funniest way possible. Give it a go. Try to go into the Black Library to get rid of them once and for all. When it's posted on whatever the Craftworld version of LiveLeak is, we'll know how it went. Other minor things that aren't worth a full paragraph are things like Wraithguard and the other Wraith constructs. Did you know as of time of writing on the tabletop, Wraithguard are 2 points of toughness stronger than Terminators? A dead elf is tankier than the chapter's finest. Wraithlords are Eldar dreadnoughts that can do backflips, and Wraith Knights are Imperial Knights, but the same thing. Everything is better with elves.
Wait, so are these dead elves or are they mecha elves?
And Terminators, a dead elf is tankier than the chapter's finest. Wraith Lords are Eldar dreadnoughts that can do backflips, and Wraith Knights are Imperial Knights, but the same
these are
thing.
the stone elves.
Everything is better with
ones
elves.
With the stones. Yeah,
simple
yeah.
as. Aspect Warriors and Incubi move like Dragon Ball Z characters, because the average person just can't see it happen. They see the Eldar, they blink, and then their top and bottom halves are separate things. Incidentally, if you have to pick which Dark Eldar to fight, pick an Incubus. They'll at least just kill you.
Okay. Aesthetically, that armor looks really cool. So this is apparently Incubus. So it's also Drakari, but an Incubus from the Drakari. So is this a little mini I can get? Can I get this little guy? Can I get him and have him on my little table? Incubi are badass. Incubi are awesome looking, yeah. While the Eldar dies, their spirit goes into the gem. Yeah, I know that one. Yes. Taking notes. You know, just...
instead of dragging you back to horrific torture. Don't forget Farseers seeing the future with damn near perfect clarity. The real reason you only ever see Farseers getting things wrong, aside from author bias, is that when Farseers get it right, there's no battle. There's no book to talk about. The Eldar have already redirected things in their favor, and we don't get a book out of it because it's nothing happening. At most, they quietly assassinate someone and then move on. Farseers are the ultimate authority on seeing the future, aside from Kairos Fateweaver, who is insane, and we only never see the actions they take that save Eldar lives, ironically enough, because the result is usually nothing happening. But I'm not done, because I will now give the Ynnari some slight bit of credit. Yes, their trilogy sucked so hard it even managed to become a trilogy.
I'm sorry, I think that the design of this character looks awful. I don't know who this character is, they look awful.
Yes, their lore is nothing but setback after setback, loss after loss. And yes, GW hates this faction, and it will forever languish in canon limbo. But you know what? It's proof that the Eldar have the capability to make some serious goddamn waves if they want to. And I'm just gonna say it in more creative ways than the other factions.
Wait, L-take? How is it an L-take? It makes no sense. The colors are everywhere. The shapes are everywhere. It is like texture upon layer of random thing. I mean, I can appreciate if you like it. It's really out there. It's really out there, that's all. Yeah, she looks like she fell through a costume store. That's all. Like she might be an amazing character, right? Like she could be an amazing character. But I'm just saying that she has better art. This isn't great art. Okay, that's fair. That's totally fair. Look, like I said, I am not an authority on anything Warhammer. I am now, you know, a tourist trying to become welcomed, and I am enjoying every bit of this. But I'm just gonna say that's like you walk into a room and you just casually walk out and you're like, oh, okay, all right, okay.
2. The Tyranids just coming to eat, the Orcs just to fight, the Tau are always trying to make friends, Chaos and the Imperium are just bashing their heads against each other and praying to X-God that everything works out. Or good old reliable, bring back another Primarch, it's not gonna get old. But the Eldar, they saw a chance for a specific plan of action and took it. Bring Ennead forth without killing everyone, defeat Slaanesh, and then finally catch the slightest break after 10,000 years of misery. And they almost did it. And much like I've said for Nagash, this was not a ritual that failed because it was beyond them. Were it not for the Death Watch, Ennead would have been born. Slaanesh would have been slain or at least severely weakened, and while the galaxy would still be stacked against them, they would have had a real, actual chance to regroup and catch their breaths. They could have started thinking about putting more work into colonizing or rebuilding now that they don't need to be so careful with their lives. They could have unleashed more of their psychic might onto the galaxy. Ennead wasn't a failure because he was an impossibility, he failed because his summoning was stopped. And even though Yvraine kinda sucks, she did give the Eldar, and to a lesser extent the galaxy at large, something it hadn't had for some time. Hope. Hope that Slaanesh could be defeated. Hope that with Guilliman's return she assisted, the light at the end of the tunnel could actually be reached. Such is the...
Okay, but serious thought, right? Like, there's no way they're gonna ever kill Slaanesh, right? As far as, like... I can't imagine Games Workshop ever ending the story, right? There's no reason for them to end the story, and they can't really end a story that's going to span millennia. No, not even millennia, millions of years, right? I mean, I know it's in the 40,000th, you know, year or whatever it is, right? It's 40,000 years past modern day or something like that. But like, it's, I just, we're never going to see an ending to this. Wait, they have ended the story of fantasy, but will they end the story of 40k? Like, I can't imagine them ever killing Slaanesh. So that's the only thing that I'm curious about. Because like, how do you progress timelines like this? Because the timeline's so vast. How do you really progress it? Because it's like, yeah, okay, this battle was won. Fast forward 64,000 years. Oh, like, oh yeah, okay, well this is happening. Okay, fast forward another 118 years. It just seems like it's a lot, and that's not a bad thing. It's just, it's a universe. It's almost like they took on so much that there's no real way to neatly wrap it up. That's kind of all I mean. The timeline does progress. I mean, I can't wait to see more. It's just, you know, it's a lot of time. Like, in 40k right now, right? In the current timeline of 40k, how much time has passed? I know you guys said the Horus Heresy predates Warhammer 40k, right? A lot of the stuff was stuff leading up to 40k. But where are we currently in 40k? How many years have passed in the current timeline? So that's what I'm curious about. About 4,000. Damn. Okay. That's a lot of time. It's really interesting. We're currently in 42k. Really? See, this is so interesting. See, this is so interesting. I find that to be really cool. I know it sounds weird to think that that's cool, but I like the idea of so much progression and how much is accomplished in 2,000 years. See, that again, I know I'm only dipping my toes into it. I'm so curious to see where they end up when it's Warhammer 50k. But what, it took like what, 30 years? 30 years for us to travel, 30 years real time to get through 2 years. So it's going to be our grandkids' generation before 50k even happens in the stuff.
Power of the Eldar, the bringers of hope. And to wrap us up, the Phoenix Lords. They're awesome. They're Primarch level figures in a species that didn't need genetic and magical witchery to make them. They're just built different. Across the galaxy, when they show up, the Eldar are almost unstoppable. Jane Czar was a Night Lord's blender for a little while, only being stopped by a suicide bomb. Without that, she would have kept on blending. And it's not like it stopped her, because Phoenix Lords can also respawn. She'll just possess another Eldar and get right back to it. Maugan Ra rolled up his sleeves, spit in his hands, and slew a Tyranid Hive Fleet by himself. Unless you go by newer...
Is that a bone sniper scythe? It looks like a scythe and a sniper rifle. That is really cool. That is really cool and unnecessary. I approve.
Versions of that lore because you suck and are boring, in which case it was only a single hive ship by himself. Or Asserman, the Eldar version of the greatest of them all. He's so renowned that there's legends across the galaxy about him amongst other species, not just the Eldar. He started the path system and pretty much invented their modern society, leading to warriors trained over hundreds of years unmatched by any other in their specific craft. But do you know what I think his greatest feat is? Something that shows who he ultimately is deep down? Starting a soup kitchen on an Imperial world. Because that's just what he did. On a world that was soon to be invaded by Tyranids, a charity organization called The Hand was handing out food, medicine, and other basic goods to Imperial citizens to make their lives better. Sure enough, the authorities in charge were at one point suspicious it was a gene stealer cult. After all, Tyranids are coming, this group is being suspiciously charitable. If you looked hard enough, you'd probably see some of these people had 3 arms.
But like, seriously, what would they even do, right? Like, they're not going to have an exodus of the planet. The Tyranids are already coming. You're not going to be able to stop the Tyranids here. So what would it even matter if it was a gene stealer or not? You're not going to actually be able to undo anything, no? That's like my thought process here, right? Like, we understand that the gene stealers take generations to kind of infiltrate a society. Why would this batch be gene stealers if we know the Tyranids are already coming?
No, it was just that. A charity organization. One that also provided information on the threats both above and below in regards to the Tyranids. The only other theory was that some noble felt a bit guilty at living so well while everyone below him lived in squalor, so they decided to help out a bit. When shit hits the fan, an Eldar reveals himself. The Space Marine character immediately points a gun at him, because of course, but the Eldar simply replies that he's a friend and he works for the Hand, who protects the people of the planet. And when the Hand finally makes his appearance, which includes him soloing 2 Carnifexes, it's none other than our boy Asserman, also known as the Hand of Assyrian. And I tried. I did honestly try to see if there was some sort of Eldar scheme to gain trust so 1,000 years down the line they could walk into the planet and kill everyone on it or something. But all I could come up with was that the scheme was make nice with the Imperials so they can fight the Nids off better as well as allow us to help them, which is not much of a scheme. If that was the scheme, it's just being a good person. So you know what? That's my final piece of Eldar propaganda for you. I could say plenty more, but this is about 20 pages of script of me blowing my load all over the knife here. My final piece of propaganda and glazing is that when the Eldar come around, give them a chance, because there's pretty decent odds they just want to hand out alms to the poor. And in the grim darkness of the far future where there is only war, the man who opens a soup kitchen has the greatest power of them all. Kindness. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members. You were the Eldar to my 40k.
Oh,
this
that
setting
was
would
funny.
be nothing
That
without
was
your
funny.
scheming, plotting, and
All
fake
right,
trickery.
okay. I actually
If
really
you'd
like that
to
one,
support the
even
channel, feel
though,
free to
sorry, I
subscribe.
don't mean to be talking over him. I gotta tell you, it was actually still pretty damn interesting. It wasn't the same spiel as Bricky, but I still feel like I absorbed a lot. I had a lot of fun with that one too. Even if it's like antithetical to a lot of the things I like currently in Warhammer, right? Like I don't really like the Eldar. I know that that's like subjective, right? They're not bad or anything. And I like the Drakari, which is weird. I know, I'm very strange like that. But let me switch back over to the other screen. So give me 1 second. Let me hide this. Let me get my music on. Didn't go away. Boop. And let me get my music playing. We're going to do another little intermission. And then we're going to figure out what we're watching next. We got to figure out what the next video is. We are 2 videos in. I also may or may not low-key put some quirky little Drakari on Throne. You like the torch? I like the Drakari. I don't know why I like the Drakari. What's wrong with me? Still screw the Eldar. Islander and Koda's Gene Stealers cult video is really good. I would actually be... the Gene Stealers are really interesting. Pen, would you be able to quickly check that video? I know you can't watch the video, but like, could you quickly check that? Because I really like the Gene Stealers. They're really interesting. Not like I would like to play them, but I think they're interesting. It's okay. You just enjoy good furniture craftsmanship. I enjoy my good furniture craftsmanship. I like the Exodites, and I wish they had an army. Trazzi's next, maybe. Well, if you're not gonna do something bad, then, or if you're gonna do something bad, you may as well make sure you do it right. Yeah, like if you're gonna break the Geneva Convention, you might as well turn it into dust, right? Sanguineous speech, please. Isn't Sanguineous speech like a shorter video though? Like it's literally just a speech, or is it an animation? Check it, yeah, but check what I suggested in Discord. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to keep up with a bunch of things right now. I am really behind on my DMs in Discord. Like, oh my god. Okay. Alright, where are you? Where are you, Pen? Peen. Okay, I recommend the dude. Okay, I'll give you the basics to watch the other ones and good content. Is it still, okay, so is the one you sent me still fantasy though, Pen? I have no problem to watch it, but is it still fantasy? Because won't that make, if I start watching fantasy, won't that be more confusing for me? Like, I know you sent me a bunch of fantasy stuff, but like, I feel like that's going to be more confusing. Shorter but very impactful, just the speech, but it's epic. I'll definitely, like, regardless, I will promise you guys this. If it's something you guys want, even if it's not what I watch right now, I promise you we will watch it. Yeah, but I don't really, but Pen, I don't really want to dabble into fantasy yet. That's the thing. I don't want to dabble into fantasy. It's 40k is already too massive. Like that's the thing, right? Like it's 40k is too massive. I don't want to dabble into fantasy. That's like literally like I've already opened up the can of worms, and then I'm like, you know what? I need another can of worms. That's the only problem. That's the only problem. One setting for one faction. It's just there's a lot. There's a lot. You know what though? Give me like 2 seconds. I'm gonna switch over to my starting soon screen just for a second. Just I'm gonna go pee. I just need a quick little break. I'm just gonna mute my microphone. And I will put on the little intro screen for starting soon. I'll be back in, like I said, like a minute, not even. Okay, just bear with me. Why is the first thing I come back to is like the Lord of all Twinks? Wrong screen. What did I come back to reading? What did I just come back to reading? Oh my goodness. Quick break. Yeah, I just took a quick break, sat there. What happened? I had to go pee. I had to go pee. I didn't think it was anything that earth-shattering. I stepped away for a few seconds to go pee. It would have really set a tone. Sanguinis' speech right now would be great. How long is Sanguinis' speech? Because I see a couple of you guys really wanting it. Let me go look. Let me go look. Because like if it's not something that I could really interact with, it's not necessarily. What is this one? Wait. Oh, this is a game watch. So never mind. Wait. There's a video from Bricky called what's the best Warhammer 40k faction to start with? That might be really cool, no? Or do you guys not like the idea? Sanguinius is very overrated. It's one scene from one novel of the Horus Heresy. Sanguinius informational title. I just got out of the meeting. For the greater good. Like if it's just like a speech, I'm just not sure that there'd be as much relevance for me to watch it right this second. But let me look at it real quick. The video would likely be, well, I'm fine with learning about the tabletop too. I still think that's kind of cool. Honestly, the Gene Stealer cult video. Yeah. So who makes the Gene Stealer cult video? I know Penn also said to me the Trazen one. Trazen the Infinite. Let me look at this one real quick. Trazen the Infinite. Hopefully it doesn't just start playing right away. It's going to start playing right away, isn't it?
I haven't met...
No, my God. Okay, so it's another Pancreas video called Trazen the Infinite. It's not grave robbery if it's archaeology. That sounds pretty good. Trazen's a funny little Necron. The Fall of Cadia is also good. Warrior Tier makes the Gene Stealer video. Let me just quickly look at that one too. Because again, so just for anybody who doesn't know how I'm going to do this, for anybody who came a little bit later, I'm probably going to do one more good video now, talk a little bit, and then help Yura set up for her first YouTube stream with reaction stuff. We're probably going to do League of Legends lore on her channel. But what I will probably do is one more video now over here. And then all these other videos you guys are suggesting are getting vetted and put into a list. Because I'm going to do stream today. Tomorrow I will be streaming on Twitch. Then I'll also tomorrow be releasing the first video from this one separate as a long form video. Then the one we just watched as the one for the next day. Then I'll be streaming on here again Friday to give you guys more of these videos. And I'm going to try to keep on churning out stuff every day for you all, okay? I want to make sure I do stuff. Warrior Tears made some of the best vibe stuff. Read the dialogues when Gulliman takes the Emperor after returning. Wait, why? What do you mean? Okay. Okay, cool vibes. Speech would be good than the Astartes mini cinematic film. So that if that's the case, then I'll probably do those on the following stream to figure that out. If that's the last, do the Trazen video. Yeah. So we'll do the Trazen video. Right, we'll do the Trazen video. After we do the Trazen video, we'll talk a little bit, hang out a little bit, and then kind of like wrap up before Yura gets ready. Because Yura's sleeping right now. She's an EP girl, so she's sleeping right now. She'll wake up, and then we'll set her up, and we're gonna either do, I think League of Legends is probably what we're gonna end up doing on her end, like the League of Legends lore, but possibly Fallout lore. We're gonna see what people like more, but I know that she likes both of those, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. So, How is this stream already been going for 3.5 hours? What do you mean? Like, are you saying it went by fast? Because 3.5 hours went by pretty quick for me. I'm not gonna lie. EP wife, she's such an EP wife. She is such an EP wife. Tracy, let's go. Gods, we eating good. I'm having fun. Look, I love doing this stuff with you guys. I enjoy these streams. I enjoy being able... What does she like most about Fallout? So she's still very entry level into Fallout, right? So she played Fallout 4. Oh, no. Yeah, she played Fallout 4 a little bit. And she also liked watching the show. So getting her interested in... Like, she loved the show. So getting her into the lore, I think will be really fun. Right? I think she'd really enjoy that. It's the same thing with League, right? She doesn't even like playing League, but she loves the lore of it. Try watching the Ogren story. It's funny, interesting, and even a little sad at the end. Definitely interested. 3.5 hours or one Lord of the Ring movie. Yeah, without edits, right? Without the extended edition. Let's see. Trazen, let's go. Cause eating good. Okay. All right. So let me just quickly get the Trazen one ready. Don't care for the show. They don't use enough hentai mods or hate them. Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? You know what? Actually. So normally I'm gonna always keep on putting links to my Twitch, but can we please get a link to Yura's YouTube, Pen? Can we get a link to Yura's YouTube? If you guys, when I'm done, which will probably be like another hour or so, right? After a little bit of getting her set up, she'll be going on and she's going to be doing her first experience doing like a real lore reaction. So if you guys want more from like League of Legends or from Fallout, we'll discuss all of that. I would really appreciate you guys hanging out over there because again, I want her to have a good first experience doing this stuff, and she's really fun. She's a sweetheart. Yeah. So there's Yura over at YouTube. Go give her a follow. Check her out. She's a lot of fun. She's a sweet bean. I would say if you're going to describe her as something, she's a Kusagaki. She's a bit of a brat, but you'll like her a lot. A Bethesda show I can't even add Gunnar mods. SMH. How dare I not be able to mod my show? Why can't I mod these actors? How dare I not be able to add the Nexus mods to my characters in my show? Okay. Let me get the Trazen video ready. Let me move myself back over. I think it was this size again. I'm gonna be the different size every time. Okay, all right. Let me get this ready. They did try to mod her some Reddit. No, that's so messed up. Oh my god. Yeah, you know what? Why doesn't the ghoul have a breast enhancement mod? I want to see him with double D's. Come on. You know what? If he doesn't have double D's while he's running around in his irradiated body, then like what's going on in the world? Seriously, like come on. All right. Yeah, a lot of people have recommended Luton. I will be looking at Luton as well. Believe me, there's so much that you guys have been recommending, and I'm super grateful. I am not trying to ignore any recommendation you guys are giving me. I want to be able to absorb all of this. It's just a lot. What do you mean don't loot the Deathclaw? You like, come on, the Deathclaw is basically a Drakari in the Fallout world, all right? They're just gonna make you into a comfy little couch. All right, let me get this open. Let me make it full screen. Let me make my music go off. A little quirky music. Okay. Let's get this. Where is it? Hello, where are you? Boop. Okay. We are now going to watch Trazen the Infinite. Please tell me that I'm not going to have another timestamp for an Adam and Eve ad. Please.
I haven't met a human alive who doesn't like history to some extent. You might say you know plenty of examples of people who don't like history, but I guarantee you they've had at some point an interest in a movie or book that was in some way historical. Maybe someone swears up and down that they hate history books and documentaries and whatnot, and then they turn around and say their favorite movie is Saving Private Ryan. That seems pretty historical to me.
Yeah, okay, but okay, to be a bit of devil's advocate against what he's saying already, you can still hate history and appreciate entertainment that has historical relevance or based off the realm of history. It's not really history to like Saving Private Ryan if you just like the excitement of the movie. Like, if something is explained that, oh yeah, this happened, it's different than if there's a cinematic that is involved in that conflict. You know what I mean? Right? And I know people will I've seen Space King. I've seen Space King. I know this is a total jump for people who are watching this as like a one-off video. I've seen Space King. It's one of the only Warhammer things that I've seen that I didn't even know was Warhammer at the time.
But then again, I'm biased. I majored in history to teach it, as silly as that is looking back on it. Of course I'm going to say people like history. But I know someone who agrees with me. Trazen the Infinite.
Oh my God.
Necron nobility, genius, and all-around cool dude, both by the standards of Warhammer 40k and in general, believe it or not.
Alright, will Trazen the Infinite dissuade me and to come back to the Necrons from the Drakari? Will he be so cool that I will actually be swayed back to the Necrons, away from the Drakari?
You probably all know the basics of him, I'm sure. That is to say, you all probably know what he's famous for, stealing everyone's stuff like his life depended on it. But believe it or not, there's more to a character than the most noteworthy and fan-recognized trait. As it turns out, Trazen actually has a lot going on for him underneath the hood. He's clever, as all thieves should be, has quite the sense of humor, and even has something that begins to approach kindness and empathy in his own messed up way. And since yours truly has finally done the unthinkable and read another 40k book, that of course being the Infinite and the Divine, I'd quite like to make a video about the fella.
Why is the art on the cover of that book so, not great?
40k book, that of course
Like, I would assume that you have so much money in your budget. What is going on with that cover? What is with that cover?
Being the Infinite and the Divine, I'd quite like to make a video about the fella. Let's see what he's all about, from his many archaeological treasures to the things about him that don't involve blatant thievery.
I welcome
all
to a place in my carefully curated collection.
But since I'm talking about a Necron character, I think it's fitting I talk about the sponsor of today's video.
Oh my God.
Mantis.
Alright, well, you know what, let's watch through this. Let's watch through the sponsor. Mods, if you could just make another timestamp for me.
Sleep. They've slept for 65 million years. They know bed rest is important.
The
Mantis
logic.
Sleep's job
The
is
logic
very
is so
simple,
flawless.
very health and sleep. Bring most luxury, so you get to deserve
Oh
this.
my goodness.
Sleeping don't adjustable dial for mandolin. For 5, being your best was for the Infinite and the Divine going forward. I'm not going to spoil every single plot point of the book, but I'm going to be mentioning it somewhat frequently as a point of reference, so don't jump up my ass because I spoiled the book for you.
Oh,
it's
no,
been
my
out
book's
for
gonna be
years
spoiled.
by this point. Go read the damn thing. It's good, I promise. I know it's scary for some of you, reading Warhammer books that don't have a Primarch on the cover of them, but trust me, it's worth the read. Trazen the Infinite's backstory is that of literally every other Necron character to exist. He used to be a Necron tier, the Catan decided the entire species needed to lose the tier part of Necron tier, and then became a mummy Terminator. In his case, there's some evidence that Trazen dragged Orican to the Diviner into biotransference himself, which would hint that Trazen was either a fanatical devotee of the Catan or just a massive douchebag. Of course, Orican's memories were probably messed with by the Deceiver, so it's also equally likely that Trazen had nothing to do with it.
So this means that is Trazen a noble from the Necron tier, right? Because only the nobles retained their sense of self, right? Like that's from what I understand. The Necron tier were quite literally all okay. Thank you. Okay.
During his time as a Necron tier, he was the chief archivist of the Necron tier, whose job was to oversee the mummification of Necron nobility. A rather high-status job, if I say so myself. He was also already the historian we know him as today, although with not quite as large a gallery as he would come to have. Since Necron lore goes in the direction it does, it's safe to assume that he fought in the war in heaven against the Old Ones, Eldar, Krork, and all those colorful background lore blurs that GW will never flesh out. Then he goes to take a nap and is set to wake up 65 million years in the future. Although for Trazen, his sleep wasn't to last quite as long as that. He only slept for 64,990,000 years, waking up 10,000 years before most of the other Necrons. And since even after all this time he was still the Archivist, he set about doing what he does best, which is to say robbing all sorts of peoples of their belongings. Minor Xeno species we don't know anything about, humans, other Necrons, anything you can think of, Trazen probably has something from its civilization in his planet-sized museum of solemnness. To his credit, not—
Did this guy just steal everything? Is he just like the ultimate klepto of Warhammer?
Not all of these are from civilizations that are still around. There's plenty of planets from still existing empires such as the Imperium that are long gone from memory in all ways except for as an exhibit from Trazen's archives. Call it grave robbing if you really want to, but I'm willing to give Trazen the benefit of the doubt on this. These civilizations would have come and gone to the ignorance of everyone around them.
I'm sorry, what? He steals people? He steals people and puts them into excuse me? He's the British Museum? What?
Them for all time had he not taken something from them. For a good amount of his acquisitions, I'm willing to say he's doing proper archaeology, not just grave robbing. That being said, a good amount of the time he is just grave robbing. Or stealing and kidnapping, because when you want to get the most accurate depiction of a time period, you have to do some dirty work. And thus, we get to what he was doing when he woke up during the Horus Heresy and the immediate aftermath of it. Stealing Imperials. He has replicas of several of the major battles of the Horus Heresy. Having woken up before just about every other major Necron, he had the chance to witness it go off in a way no one else quite did. An outside observer to mankind collectively shitting itself thanks to Horus's little temper tantrum, he knew a chance to get some good historical dioramas when he saw it. So he started collecting Space Marines.
I'm sorry,
what? Space Marines.
How is he even grabbing Space Marines? What? What is this video? What is this video? He also has entire armies in his pocket? What? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Enough that they'll become relevant later on. He collected more than just that, of course, like Custodians and Thunder Warriors. Also, something I find absolutely amazing is that Trazen said he found the Imperium to be rather boring. It was all Emperor this, Emperor that. Great scene. Maybe this isn't the best way to word it, but it felt like someone at GW actually understood that perhaps the Imperium isn't the only thing about the setting worth giving a damn about. Of course, immediately after this, Trazen thinks to himself about how the Horus Heresy was just amazing and full of drama and the coolest thing ever, so it wasn't the perfect scene, but at least GW managed to hold themselves back from stroking themselves off to completion. Or it was just too late to remove the line and they shot the guy who called the Imperium boring in an official 40k book. Could be either, really. Oh, and he also claims that he knew Gilliman and was friends with him. He told Cato Sicarius this to his face.
What?
Now, this is Trazen. He could be lying, or he could be stretching the truth. Or he could be telling the complete truth to a Space Marine who would naturally assume he's full of it. Until him and G-Man interact in modern 40k, we probably won't ever know. Probably after Trazen realizes an awake demigod is a lot more interesting an exhibit than a sleeping one, and goes to acquire more museum pieces, as it were. One of the most interesting things he tried to find was this artifact called the Astrarium Mysterios. What exactly it is I won't say, so you can find it out in the Infinite and the Divine for yourself, but he raids an Eldar Maiden World to get at it. The Exodites naturally do not approve of this, but the Exodites exist to lose so other factions can do cool stuff, and that's pretty much what happens. They at least managed to take out a decent portion of the force he brought with him, so they didn't just get wiped en masse like with Eldritch Omens. Or maybe I'm just not as bitter this time because it was another Xeno faction wiping the Exodites out rather than Chaos or the Imperium. This plays into the long-standing feud he has with Orican, who also very much wanted the Astrarium. This wasn't the cause of it though. They've been arguing—
Is it just me or does Pancreas have a very strong bias against the Imperium? It just comes off like he has a little bit of a bias against the Imperium.
Since before they were metal men, and now that they are, all it means is that when they get angry, they can dent the floorboards around them by accident when they go at it. Trazen didn't quite grasp the full extent of what the Astrarium was after Orican stole it, at least not initially. Even throughout the first few chapters of the Infinite and the Divine, as he learns more about it, he assumed he was dealing with a replica of the real thing, though given how rabidly Orican pursued it, he caught on pretty quickly it was the real deal. What follows is essentially an entire book about an old married couple bickering back and forth amongst each other, only the married couple is a pair of Necron lords who could each level a star system in their own unique ways. Without too much spoiling, this book shows just how damn clever Trazen is. Orican, for those who don't know, is a master time traveler, and this is relevant for two examples of Trazen's brilliance. For one, upon learning that Orican was time traveling, he immediately took steps to counteract the problem. He listened to one of his underlings' advice on how to counteract the issue, and—
I have a question about the tabletop, though. So, is there any limiting factors of what you put in your army? Because I would assume that having a character this impactful on your field would be, like, broken. So, like, are you limited at a certain amount of points, a certain amount of spaces? How does that even, like, how would you even do that? Because, like, I know that, yes, okay. Yes and no. There's point costs. Okay, it is points. Yeah, okay.
Proceeded to take care of things in a way that was most fitting for Trazen. Which is to say, he stole from the horde of another dynasty whose members were still entirely asleep. Hey, I said sometimes he's not just robbing people. Memes are born for a reason, and in Trazen's case, the meme about him being a dirty thief is a lot more representative of himself as a character than the Krieg shovel meme. But the other way that Trazen shows his brilliance is that even before he was able to counteract Orican directly, he kept outwitting him even as he traveled back in time. The incident where all this happens was when Trazen and Orican were put on trial by a Necron council. They were a sort of interim government that existed before the Necrons would fully awake 10,000 years from then, designed to keep the peace between those who had awoken early for one reason or another, and generally make sure the Necrons weren't all killing each other for stupid blood feud reasons. Necrons being perhaps the most infighting-prone faction in 40k short of the Orcs and Chaos, this council is not without merit. Orican was trying to frame Trazyn as being the one completely at fault, and despite being able to not only completely redo the conversation, but...
Okay, so, sorry for all the pausing again. So when it comes to the Necrons, now that we were hearing about this council, right? I thought if only the nobles have the ability to free think, assuming that all nobles wake up, is that what they're talking about? Like the infighting is always from the nobles who can free think. None of the, because I can't imagine there being infighting from the underlings, because the underlings don't have the capacity to think, right?
But also go back far enough to have a different Necron noble oversee proceedings each time, he couldn't get Trazyn to take the blame. In case the meaning of that went over your head, let me rephrase it just a bit. Despite having the power of infinite do-overs and the ability to basically pick whoever he wanted to be his judge, Orican could not outwit Trazyn here. So yeah, he's a smart guy, both in his ability to admit when he isn't up to snuff yet, and in just general cleverness. After that, the book follows Trazyn and Orican as they attempt to outwit each other and claim the Astrarium and the secrets it leads to which I will spoil little of. We do get to see Trazyn frequently pull off the slyest trick up his sleeve, however, which is his body hopping ability.
What?
Trazyn can very conveniently decide that a given Necron is actually himself, taking over them and turning them into a new body for himself.
What?
He can do it to all sorts of different Necron types as well. Off the top of my head, I don't believe he ever did it to a basic Necron warrior, but that could very well just be because he didn't want to stoop that low. He's still a Necron lord after all, the pinnacle of arrogance in the...
He just takes the bodies? Like he just has free reign to any Necron? What?
The setting short of Prince Uriel. His mastery of the living metal that makes Necrons up also lets him smile and wink, funnily enough. Not really important, just a cool character trait he has. Undoubtedly lets him be the perfect little goblin whenever he wants to be one. For all the interesting stuff about the guy though, he isn't exactly the most plot-relevant character for a large portion of 40k history. He wasn't intervening in the War of the Beast like with Eldrad, for instance. He did fuck around with Cato Sicarius a bit, and he did threaten Orcand with the Catan Shard, which understandably scared the hell out of him, but he wasn't a driving force or a major player in many narrative events for about 10,000 years. He was still busy, of course. His galleries only ever grew throughout all this time. He just wasn't making a point of involving himself in the biggest of battles for the fate of the universe and whatnot. Galaxy's a dangerous place after all, and if he dies, he's dead being a Necron. No soul to resurrect or possibly achieve demon princehood. That's why when he does go out, he's such a big fan of the body takeover trick of his. Even if you managed to kill him, you really didn't. There's also just plain and simple no way to corner down the real Trazyn, as it were, because he's got such mastery over living metal that he warps the Necron body he inhabits to become like his. He still looks like Trazyn no matter what body he takes over, as long as he has a couple of minutes to reforge it to his liking. He also did try and take the Spear of Vulcan from the Salamanders once, but it failed when he was given its spearhead first. It didn't kill him, of course, but he decided it wasn't worth pissing off the Salamanders anytime soon. Wait a couple of thousand years for them to all die out first, maybe. He's got the time to spare. He did make friends with one Inquisitor Valeria, however, becoming pen pals with her. Isn't that nice? It started when she briefly had to stay in his galleries, not as an exhibit, but as a visitor. She sent an invading army of a bunch of Catachan units, and he responded by sending her a letter thanking her for sending so many of them that he not only had enough to fill up an exhibit about a war they once took part in, but replaced some of the lesser specimens with the troops she sent. He thanked her for such generosity as to send so many regiments worth of museum display, and even gave her a gift alongside the letter, a Tesseract Labyrinth. She was trapped inside, but he assured her it was a novelty to people like him and herself, assuming she was smart enough to get out. She was, and they had about the closest thing an Inquisitor can get to having a friendship with a foul Xeno. She's later executed for the crime of consorting with foul Xenos, unless I'm misremembering what I read, but...
What the ever-loving hell was that series of words that just came out of this man's mouth? She warned him about an oncoming army. He thanked her, put them all in little Pokeballs and kept them, sent her a gift as a thank you, trapped her in a Tesseract Cube. She gets out of the Tesseract Cube, isn't mad, they become friends, and then she gets killed. Okay.
Hey, it was probably cool while it lasted. You can't really blame Trazyn for that one either. That's just the Imperium being the Imperium. But come the 41st millennium's end...
Oh, she sent the army! She sent the army! Oh. 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 Oh.
Toward the beginning of the 42nd, because the actual proper date in 40k doesn't mean anything, Trazen decided he was going to get involved. No longer on the sidelines, this man. He was instead going to mostly still remain on the sidelines, but this time start throwing things from his collection at the things that were bothering him. Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade was getting revved up to go, and believe it or not, Trazen was one of the first people to realize something big was about to happen. Not because of a spy network of connections to important people in the Imperium or anything like that, but because he stole a sacred bell belonging to an Imperial saint and it started ringing out in stasis. 13 times to be precise, and Trazen figured that with the holy bell breaking the rules of stasis, it was either a case of chaos about to do something big, or the 40k galaxy was about to have one hell of a rat problem. So he set off to the Celestial Orrery, that thing that can destroy stars with a click of a button. It can also help see the future to some extent, so after a quick chat with the Necrons there, who weren't terribly happy to see him on account of him having stolen their ship before, he's off to Cadia. But wait, I skipped something. He also tossed the Sacred Bell into the webway. Did he do this as part one of some grand scheme to battle chaos, or even alert the Imperium to what was coming? No. He just hoped it would be as annoying for the Eldar as it was for him. In any other scenario, I'd complain that GW was once again screwing the Eldar over for no reason, but that's just funny. Reminds me of Left 4 Dead when you see a car that says, "Do not shoot this, it'll alert the Horde," and then I immediately shot it. Yeah, I was that asshole.
Oh.
Anyways, Cadia. He goes there and Belisarius calls.
Have any of you played with people who do that? Have any of you played with the people who actually do that? Because that shit used to drive me insane. I used to lose my cool. Like, I could not, like, whenever something is not supposed to be hit because you're trying to stealth and someone's like, I need to do it. I need to compulsively make the loud sound. Oh, it's the worst.
Cole is busy trying to figure out the Necron pylon system that's located on the planet. Cole is racist, then Trazen gives him some tips, and then he just starts letting loose with random shit in his collection. If you think that feels oddly generous on action for a chronic hoarder, consider that Trazen both perhaps wanted to play the hero for once, and the fall of Cadia was a great chance to collect all sorts of different pieces to replace him. One of those things he released was a company of Horus Harris.
Wait. Isn't that one of the things you guys want me to watch, The Fall of Cadia? Right? Isn't there something, you guys want me to watch something about The Fall of Cadia, I remember. I do that solo to get more kills. Wait, oh, you mean in the game? Okay. I was confused for a second.
Sierra Ultramarines. Remember I said he collected enough of them that had become relevant? Well, here's the relevancy. Give some credence to Trazen actually knowing Gilliman. Granted, I doubt they're really the best of friends if Trazen stole some of his kids, but if nothing else, there's actual solid evidence he's at least aware of Trazen. Of course, we know how Cadia goes. Necron pylons are activated, thank you Trazen. The day is almost won and the Eye of Terror shut, and then Abaddon throws a hissy fit followed by more literally throwing a Blackstone fortress into the planet.
Oh.
Rip. Trazen promptly leaves after kidnapping Creed for his gallery, and then starts probing his pet Catan shard for questions. Questions about how to safely enter the Eye of Terror and Great Rift. One gets the feeling he's attempting to steal the mother of all museum exhibits for himself. Although for all I know, he could just be planning to raid Crone Worlds for soul stones like the Eldar do so he can barter with them for more stuff. Never really know with Trazen. His overarching goal of find more historical artifacts may be clear, but the devil's in the details, you know? Now with the basics of his lore largely out of the way, I want to talk about what he's like.
Is this psychopath still alive in the Warhammer universe? Because I don't know how this guy has not somehow died. Because like it sounds like he would piss off everybody. It sounds like it just sounds like he'd be instigating every problem. Yes, and still stealing. Oh my god.
Obviously, he's a bit of a kleptomaniac, but in many ways, he's actually quite the kind and introspective fellow. This, of course, comes with the qualifier that he's an asshole and has done pretty horrid stuff, but this is 40k. That's everyone. So, putting that aside, let's talk about how he's not too bad. For one, his interactions with Inquisitor Valeria. Trapping someone in a prison cube may not sound like the kindest thing, but keep in mind that she started at first by having an army invade his house. And if there's anyone who'd be able to reliably escape something like that in the Imperium, it'd be a member of the Ordo Xenos. Aside from that, him bothering to show up at Cadia at all shows he's willing to make nice with others. He worked with Call and released who knows how much of his collection onto the battlefield to try and make sure the Imperium won the day. Even taking Creed wasn't that bad, all things considered. Yeah, it's a bit fucked up, but Creed's other option was to die on Cadia and have his soul torn apart by demons. Compared to that, Trazen's museum is a kindness.
I guess so.
In fact, there's some evidence that the people in Trazen's museum aren't aware of time passing, so it's not like they're just being tortured for all eternity. The Hammer and Bolter short about him in Solemness shows that the Dark Eldar and Chaos Marines inside the little dimensional pocket he trapped them in aren't aware of loops. With that in mind, I don't think it's a stretch to say other people in his exhibits are aware they're even frozen in time. That's not to say he's never done something like that. He has a Death Watch team and a band of orcs positioned right across from each other that are fully aware of the other's presence. If he wants to, he can make sure you're fully aware of the passage of time, full on I have no mouth and I must scream style. But I don't think there's reason to believe that's the case with everyone in his museum. He's also a genuine historian. He doesn't just collect stuff to have it, he is serious about preserving and cataloging galactic history.
I saw what you said about how there's the most technologically powerful race in the universe in 40k. How is that even possible, right? Because they were asleep for 65 million years, so they were just so powerful after their time battling with the Catan against the old gods that they, even after 65 million years, even the Eldar didn't surpass them in technologically advanced, in being technologically advanced. It's crazy to me. That's absolutely, they can time travel. Oh, right, the time traveling. Yeah, okay.
He gets angry when his displays are ruined, not just because it's his stuff being destroyed, but because history itself is being erased. That's why when Orican steals the Astrarium for him, he was enraged. Orican destroyed multiple exhibits of his in an effort to throw Trazyn off during their fight, some of which were Necron-tier artifacts. He was genuinely distraught over them being destroyed, and it extends beyond being angry when his stuff is smashed. A passage in The Infinite and the Divine is Trazyn trying to give a tour to some humans on Solemnus. Now, given that he also told them to stop screaming so he could continue, they probably weren't there willingly, but he at least wants to teach people some stuff. Very relatable to me, even though I didn't stick with teaching as a profession. He also doesn't like needless violence. Infinite and the Divine largely revolves around the planet of Serenade, where a Necron tomb lies with all sorts of secret knowledge inside. When Orican showed up with Necron destroyers, Trazyn was upset at the damage it was doing to the planet's ecosystem and the people on it. It goes from Eldar, Maiden World to Imperial Colony throughout the course of the book, and Trazyn never once wanted to destroy anything on it to get what he wanted. Well, except from Orican, he wanted to destroy Orican, but nothing native to the planet is what I meant. Even if you view it as cynically...
Also, just to your comment about how they have the cryomancers that operate at the nanosecond level of thought, so they have very long time to do anything. So they can't go back in time. Because I was going to say, if they can go back in time, I don't understand why they just don't destroy all of the races or undo what happened to them and all these other things. So that's why I was just confused by it. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt what he was talking about with this.
He wanted to destroy Orican, but nothing native to the planet is what I meant. Even if you view it as cynically as possible and view his wanting to limit collateral damage as him just wanting to preserve history so he can steal it later, that's still far more than most characters in this setting would do. He's also introspective in a very depressing way. He's fully aware that when the Necron-tier became Necrons, they lost something, the soul. And he laments that no longer can the Necrons do things like truly appreciate music or create new art. That's part of why he's so dedicated to preserving history. It's both out of a genuine desire to preserve what's come and gone, as well as his way of coping with what's been lost. Speaking of his history museum, I was originally going to cap the video off with a list of stuff Trazyn stole for his exhibits, but to be honest, I think that'd just be a waste of time. If you really want to know, it's not hard to look it up. Just use the Warhammer Wiki or 1d4chan for the highlights. I'll tell you my personal favorite thing in there, though. A tiered swarm of quite humorous extent. You want to know what he did with it? Unleashed on the Phalanx to disable it.
What?
Sure, this is non-canon and only happens in Battlefleet Gothic's 2 Necron campaign, but I just love the mental imagery of that. What the hell constitutes a tiered swarm of quite humorous extent? That's an exact quote, by the way. Is it an entire hive fleet? Because he captured one of those once, it's not out of the question.
What size does that even warrant? What is quite a humorous extent even mean? I'm sorry, what?
Alternatively, is it just like 5 of them and he was forcing the Phalanx to play Alien Isolation in real life? Whatever the case, it worked and it was funny. Let's see if he's any good on tabletop. For lore positives, Trazyn gives you the chance to fight for something a bit different by 40k standards. Usually it's for the glory of the Emperor / the Dark Gods, or for survival, or for any number of grand reasons. Trazyn, meanwhile, just wants to burglarize your house. Perhaps not the grandest motivation by comparison, but history is important, and it's a breath of fresh air as far as I'm concerned. He's also one of the more morally good Necron characters, so if that means anything to you, then he's a good choice to field as well. He's also just a silly little guy,
He's a
so
silly
if you want
little
to
guy.
imagine your army laughing at the enemies all day long, make sure to grab him. Sure, the average Necron warrior won't be laughing, but the leadership will be. For tabletop positives, he's actually surprisingly solid in melee for a historian. His Empathic Obliterator deals D3 wounds, and with a 2+ to hit and AP -1, he's at the very least going to be causing some damage. But if you kill a character with it, all enemy units within 6 inches of him take D3 mortal wounds. If you're fighting against a Horde army and the enemy messes up their positioning, Trazyn's going to make him regret it.
This is the part that just makes my brain hurt. It's gonna be such a long, arduous thing for me to try learning this game.
He's also pretty tanky, with a 3-up save, 4-up invulnerable save, and 6 wounds. Not the tankiest in the game by any means, but it'll at least ensure that it'll take some concentrated firepower to bring him down. Of course, as you might have guessed from his lore, he can also take over bodies. When he's killed, you roll a dice. On a 2 or higher, you replace an existing character with Trazen, who comes back with 3 wounds remaining. No rules that happen when a model is destroyed are triggered either. This is not only funny, but can ensure you get a bit more use out of another character who's also on death's door, since Trazen always comes back with 3 wounds. He also reduces damage by 1 if he's your warlord. Not amazing, but...
Yeah, you're, just want to let you know, you're looking pretty submissive and archivable right about now.
Helpful. Aside from that, he makes it a little bit cheaper to use the Dynastic Heirloom stratagem, and buffs the movement of nearby Necron core units by a little bit. For lore downsides of fielding Trazen, in some ways his differing attitudes from 40k characters can be a bit disappointing. For instance, most every Space Marine is going to go down fighting, whereas Trazen is going to leg it if things aren't looking too hot. I think it's a positive, but if you want the classic 40k go down fighting attitude, you won't get it with him. Really, if you don't like clever characters, you won't like Trazen. Maybe clever isn't the best word for it. Devious? Goofy? Trickster.
Bro, he literally is using Age of Mythology models as his reference in this. That is insane.
I think that's a good word. Trazen's a trickster. He releases Tyranid swarms on people as a prank, would happily bombard you from orbit rather than face you in proper 1v1 combat if he has no reason to, and generally isn't going to play fair if he can help it. If you want that kind of character, the Necrons do have others that fit that mold, but Trazen certainly doesn't. Not much else to say for lore downsides. It's the history bias, what can I say? I'm not gonna look down on a fellow connoisseur of the historical arts. Wow, that made me sound like a pretentious fuckwad. Anyway, time for rules downsides. First off, Trazen has no ranged weapon, so he's gotta get up to the enemy line to really do anything. He's survivable enough to probably make it past the first round of combat, but since he's a Necron, he's therefore slow, meaning he isn't going to be reaching melee terribly quickly. He also
I appreciate that he's going over this stuff, but like, as someone who's just dabbling into lore, this is overwhelming. Like, this is overwhelming. Way more than trying to understand the stuff somebody does. Actually trying to explain how the unit works at the end of doing a lore bit is crazy. I would say it's diabolical, but it's a wild thing to include.
Definitely shouldn't be fighting stronger characters. Throw him against the standard Commissar, and the guardsmen around him are going to be taking some auto wounds. Throw him against Gilliman,
I didn't know if
you're going to watch the...
I didn't know if it kept going, right? Like, I didn't know if he was gonna conclude. I guess I'll skim through it. Is it still going, or is he just... Okay.
Aside from that, keep him away from the enemy's big guns. It'll probably make his points back. For one final, non-rules related downside, his model is in resin. GW resin, which means it probably sucks, and you'll accidentally clip half the model off trying to remove it from the sprue. And there's Trazen the Infinite.
That's horrible.
I really like the guy. He's got some deep introspective moments and motivations, as well as the surface level funny meme stuff. The perfect kind of character, in my opinion. When a character is all deep, tragic thought about the setting and just general grimdark angst, they're boring. When they're just surface level meme fodder, they're annoying. Trazen has both, and as a consequence is one of the most well-rounded characters in the setting. Certainly more interesting than a good chunk of the Primarchs. Thank you as always to my wonderful channel members.
Oh, I love that. Let me just go back to the, let me go to this screen. I like this screen while we talk. Let me also turn on my music. Okay. That, honestly, okay. I will say this, again, just saying. Okay, random car revving your engines. Very cool. Small dick energy. He's cool. I do like him. He's very funny. He has not swayed me from the Jakari. He has not swayed me away from the couchmakers. He's a smug little prick and almost everyone likes. I do like him. I like the Necrons. I wasn't expecting he would. There are Easter eggs, and there's Easter eggs at the end of every Pancreas no work video. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean by Easter eggs? Can you elaborate? Which part? What part am I elaborating on? Again, I only like the feeling. Read Dark Eldar lore to be moved away from them, but I don't want to. They're just funny little guys. They're just funny little guys with funny little couches. All right. After credit content, very end, little humorous quips. I mean, okay, I'll check it. If you guys think that it's worthwhile to do, okay.
I think Tarkov sucks. No, I haven't.
What the hell did I just turn to? Oh my god. You know what? You know what? Worth. That was worth. I don't need anything else from this video. That was actually amazing. Holy crap. Holy crap. That was so good. That was so freaking good. Let me put this away. Oh my god, that brought me joy. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was so funny. Let me put my music back on. I'm gonna have to extend the part where that video ends. I need to keep that in. That was amazing. Whew. Trazen has an unspoiled clone of the Primarch, Fulgrim, a Krork, Custodians, Thunder Warriors. And wait. So he has a copy of Fulgrim? Where on earth is that in the lore? Like, how did... Can he bring him back? Like, what? Huh? Are they saving that for some book? Are they gonna, like, unleash him to battle himself? Like, would that'd be kind of cool? An exact Rebel theorized that the uncorrupted soul of Fulgrim within it? That would be really cool. Bro, if someone rolled Drukhari on me, bodied my army, and turned all my boys into fucking chairs, I'd concede. That's what I mean. That's why I want to do Drukhari. Like I was looking, right? So, like, let me go on Amazon real quick. Let me go on Amazon while I talk with you guys, because now we're in the post part now, right? Like this part's not gonna be, this is in the live stream, but it won't be saved to long form videos. We're gonna be chatting for a little bit, wrapping up, and then we're gonna talk about like what the plan is for the week again, where everybody's gonna be going, what we're gonna be doing. So a couple things. First things first, let me tell you guys, we do have a Discord. Pen, you can put a link to the Discord here. We do vet everybody in the Discord, so we do, like, you know, we're not gonna, like, just read the rules if you want to join. It's a shared Discord for both me and Yura. For anybody who's interested, we're gonna be doing Yura's first reaction video live stream on YouTube in a little bit. She has to wake up, so probably in like a half hour or so, we'll do some reaction to either League of Legends or to what's it called? Fallout. So after, I'm making Pen drop all these poor links, and if you could do another link to Yura, so I do appreciate if you want to hang out over there. I mean, I probably won't chime in the background. I'm probably gonna let her do her own thing, but I'll be there in chat. I'll be yapping too. Yeah, if you're not on Twitch, use your YouTube username, just so we know, obviously. But let me go and look at Amazon real quick. I want to go look at Drukhari. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I need to go look at Drukhari. Literally filling my timeline with links. Literally filling my timeline with links. Okay, let me just quickly. Did all three of you guys link her? Okay, Drukhari. It's DRU, right? Drukhari 40k. Let's go see. I want to look at some of these. There was one that I saw that was really cool. There was one that I saw that was really, really neat. Where is the one that I saw that was really neat? I think it was the Drukhari Drazar. I think that was it, the Drukhari Drazar. And I'm gonna say all these words wrong. I know I'm gonna say all these words wrong. I'm sorry. Wait, she's streaming it on YouTube? No, she's gonna be streaming it on YouTube. She's gonna be streaming it on YouTube. She's gonna try doing YouTube. Like I said, she's normally a Twitch partner like I am, but she's gonna try doing some reaction stuff on YouTube, which is different for her. It's something she really hasn't done. No, I'm just looking. I am just merely looking, okay? We're looking at the Drukhari Drazar. Should I add a Drukhari Drazar to my throne? It's just quirky looking. It's just quirky. Etsy has some 3D printed furniture. Yeah, I know. Lurk sent me the 3D printed furniture. looking Yeah, I'm looking respectfully. I'm just casually pressing add to wish list. Don't pay no mind to me. Don't even look. Don't even look. Believe me, it's not like Ad's gonna go and buy it. Like, right? Nobody tell Admiralty that that's on my throne, because he's gonna be like, oh, and he's gonna go feral. Looking is the first step of damage. Look. I can tell myself that I can't justifiably buy it, so I will just put it on the wish list and leave it there forever, okay? Don't worry. It's not a big deal. All right, moving on from that. For Discord, do I need a Twitch account to verify? I don't think so. Discord is its own thing. Oh, do you mean like for you to join in the Discord? No, you can just use your YouTube name. As long as you we've never really tried to incorporate the YouTube viewers to the Discord, so that's more of a new thing. But if you do not have a Twitch account and you join the Discord, just put your YouTube name, your YouTube username, and we'll be able to cross-reference that. Yeah. We just have it that way so we don't get like dealt with bots, because bots are a pain in the butt, like a really big pain in the butt. So we try to keep it safe for everybody involved. Okay, so now plans for the week, everybody. Plans for the week. This video is going to be cut down into 3 separate videos. I will release one tomorrow, I will release one Thursday, and I'll probably release one Friday. I will also be streaming here, doing more content on Warhammer Friday, okay? So you guys get stuff all week and all weekend, okay? All week, all weekend. So, tomorrow though, aside from posting part 1 of today's stream on YouTube, I will be streaming over on Twitch. My Twitch link should be in the description. If not, it's on my account. You can find it. I'm sure my mods can put a link to my Twitch if you guys want. I will be streaming there tomorrow. I don't know what I'm streaming yet. Maybe I'll do hand cam. Maybe I'll I don't know, open cards, or maybe I'll do something. I don't know. I don't know yet. I usually kind of figure Twitch out on a whim. It's less scheduled, it's scheduled, but it's less prepared. I kind of just hang out with everybody. Do you want to try raiding into Euron? How do you raid on YouTube? Is raiding on YouTube even a thing? Dude, she's been sleeping for like 3 hours. She's not even set up yet. How does one raid on YouTube? Do you even know, Lurk? There's steps to raid on YouTube? What? What? Oh, she's so tired. She's so tired. She's been sleeping a lot. Like, the kitten keeps us up. Like, the new thing, I linked you to it months ago. Can you link it to me again? I don't think we're going to do that today, but maybe I can do it on Friday or something. Because, like, while I want to, I don't know how many steps it is, and the thing is, right, if I wanted to rate, this is all going to be recorded now, because, like, this live stream stays up, so I don't want to talk about this too much. She has to set up, and that's going to take time and all that other stuff. Live redirects. Yeah, we'll figure all that out for next time. But if you guys are interested, like I said, we'll be going over there. I'll post it in the Discord when she's live over there. If you're in the Discord, I gave the link to her channel, yada, yada, yada. But thank you all again. Thank you all again for being here. It means a ton to me. I love and appreciate you all. I'm sorry for the banter at the end here. I'm just trying to figure everything out. It's still kind of a learning experience with YouTube. I'm still quite new at it. But also I'm going to fix before I forget, let me fix my YouTube chat, because it's kind of not proper sizing right now. Let's do this. There we go. Now it should be a little bit better. Okay, cool. Thank you guys again, though. No, it's like legitimately from the bottom of my heart. I really appreciate you all. You guys make this so fun. I've had a tremendous amount of fun. I'm saying redundancy, fun again. Just logging in and streaming to you all. It's been great for my mental health, and I'm just really, really appreciative to each and every one of you guys. You've made learning the Warhammer universe so much more like approachable because of the community. You've made me feel welcome. And I'm just having a lot of fun. Just, again, redundancy, but it's just the truth. It's been a really good time. If you do stick around and you do pop into your stream, I'll see you over there. And thank you all. Like I said, I will be on Twitch tomorrow. I'll be back on YouTube on Friday. So thank you so much. I love and appreciate each and every one of you, and have a wonderful rest of your day wherever it may be. So take it easy. Bye.